Yo, everybody, welcome to the after chat. Much like the live stream with me in it, but we answer your handler questions primarily. Hopefully you're seeing me all. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you're seeing me. All right, thanks for the feedback there. Everything good? Yes. You guys hear me okay, right? Yeah, okay. All right, there it is. How's it going, everybody? We're back in there. You hear me okay? I hope so. Good? Good. Good and good. Good and great. Boy, we got a ton of people on the Discord. Let's fire that up immediately because I think we got a lot of people that joined us over there. So, hey, thanks so much for joining us, guys. Holy smokes. Let's get right into it. Hello. Am I making it? Testing.
Liberty gibbets.
Liberty gibbet. Well, thanks everybody for watching the live stream today.
It was awesome.
All right, so for those of you that don't know or you're here for the first time, we do have a lot of new folks in the house. What we like to do in the after chat is answer ham radio questions. And obviously with today's show, everybody's got a lot of ideas, I bet, and comments and considerations to think about, and we'll take those as well. But we like to kick off the show, at least in the beginning, with welcoming everybody who's come out here for the first time by asking them if they'd like to say hi and introduce themselves and ask their first question. The floor is theirs, so anybody who would like to ask a question or say hi, come now.
I'm Dave. I just got my license last week, AK7IKB,
Hello,
and
Dave.
I'm looking for how to power
Yeah? How to power what? Or your ham radio?
an Icon 2100, older one. So I'm looking at using an old car battery and then using a eyelet to Anderson adapter with a fuse to power it.
Sure. Are you thinking about a power supply?
I'm more interested in going down the QRP road, so I thought the stuff that I start here I'll be able to use with a nicer battery later on.
And what was the radio again? A 2100, you said?
Yes, an IC2100.
Okay, that's a mobile radio, right?
Yeah, it is. I got it from my father-in-law. It's the pre-H version, so it's really old.
Okay. And your idea being that you're going to use this in a car or you're going to use this at home kind of thing? Or what were you thinking?
Close to my car, in the yard at the park.
Okay. So with that then, boy, the sky's the limit. You can power it off of your car if you want to. Obviously, just run the power leads into the engine compartment and connect it to directly. Either create a fuse block or get a fuse block, have the wires go directly to that connection point, ideally by the battery or by the ground connection, which is generally also by the battery, and make connection that way for the 12-volt system, and you'll be able to run that thing all day. Does the radio come with the the wire for powering?
No, but ham radio outlet has the right adapter to Anderson.
Okay, then there you go. That should get you where you're going. I mean, sounds like you got most of that answered. You sorted that out yourself. What else can we help with? Anything else?
That's all for now.
Oh,
Just
shoot.
getting over the.
Well, that's a good first question to start out with because we were able to success. You had most of it handled on your own. Anybody else in there with a question they'd like to say hi or come forward, say hello?
Okay. Hi, Jay.
Oh, you got a bit of a robot noise. Your signal's going in and out. Who's that talking? Go ahead. Who was that?
Hi, Jason. It's Steve Michael, KF0CHE. Just wanted to say hi to everybody and add the P38 to the list to carry.
Close. I'm Josh.
Josh. Sorry.
So Steve, I am not a can opener fan. I don't carry a can opener. You P38? He's talking about a can opener, right? Was that right? P38?
Yeah, that's correct. Is a can opener. I'm former military, so it's
Yeah.
something that I carry with me as a professional driver.
I get it, and if you happen upon cans, absolutely they weigh nothing, so yeah, sure, why not carry it? But I don't advocate carrying cans on your person if you're out in the field. That's just way too much weight, too much already moisture cooked into those cans, all that stuff that you definitely want to be schlepping if you're out there schlepping. So, but yeah, most pocket knives, salt pork's already on it. Most pocket knives have all that stuff baked into it. But I don't see a reason to not just carry one on your keychain if you want to. I'm not against it, but I probably won't do it. But hey, thanks for coming out. And if you have any other comments as we're going along, feel free to jump in there and add your 2 cents. All right, anybody else in there would like to say hi or ask a question? Come now.
KJ7OWB.
Go ahead, KJ7.
Hey there, Josh. This is my first time actually being on the stream here. Long time lurker of your videos in the off hours, so it's been nice being able to watch you live and see all the stuff. I'm studying right now for the general after procrastinating for about 2 years, so excited to get going with that.
Oh, good for you. And congratulations on starting to make progress and working your way up to general. I think that's a noble pursuit. Do you have any questions?
No, not right now. I've just been dinking around with some APRS stuff after taking a break from that for a while, but wanting to get in that. I've got an Anytone 878, and it's kind of a learning curve getting back into that.
Yeah, indeed. I can understand that. I love dinking around on APRS though. That's one of my favorite. One of my favorites is working APRS. I don't know why. It just seems like such a cool mode to have on in your kit. What particularly are you doing with APRS?
Well, I was just recently north of Mountain Home, Idaho, in Sawtooth up there, and zero cell signal whatsoever. But there is a few repeaters around there, but I stupidly did not get my radio program before that. I had moved back here to this area, so all my stuff is set up for Oregon and Washington. And so I wasn't really prepared, but would have been nice to do the APRS to GMS SMS text, just to let my family know, hey, I don't have cell signal where I'm at.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's one of the great advantages of APRS is that you can do the SMS GTE gateway. Right on. Well, thanks for joining us out there. Appreciate it. Anybody else in there like to say hi or ask a question? Come now.
Yeah, I got a question for the antenna gods. I have a IC705 handful of antennas, and I just bought the Wonder Wand, or no, the Wonder Loop
Yeah.
from the UK, and it's
Yeah.
pretty cool. But I was wondering, can I add a longer piece of copper to that, or will that screw up the whole tuning of the way it's made?
I assume at some point you'll get to a length where it's no longer going to work that well for you. But you'd have to tell me what that length is. I'm not sure, because ultimately at the end of the day, that's just a tuner, right? It's a L network match, right? On that box for tuning.
Yeah, I think it's just a loading. It's a variable loading coil,
Is it?
basically at the base there.
Oh, is it
I think
really?
so.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's like a yeah. So it's like a tapped. It's like a tapped coil on a toroid, but
Oh.
the reason it doesn't work great is that it's when you have a very heavily shortened antenna, your losses becomes far more sensitive to resistive losses, and if you have a little bit of resistance
Mm-hmm.
in a coil like that, you have greater losses and less efficiency. And when you make a loading coil that small and on a toroid, you're making some compromises there. So if you put a bigger radiator on it, then you need less loading, and you should theoretically have more radiation resistance coming from the radiating element and less losses in the coil. So give it a try. I'll bet it'll help.
There you go.
Awesome. I'm definitely going to try that for sure. And I also just want to say that I'm kind of excited to see that, Adam, you're in here because I watch your videos, and you're actually next on my list of antennas. I'm going to get your end-fed half-wave kit there probably in a week or two and build that. So it's kind of cool that you're here. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going to do that.
Awesome. Sounds good. Well, in the build process, feel free to reach out if you need any help. The instructions are pretty detailed, at least as far as the assembly process goes. But
we have a
I
Discord, a joint.
didn't put a whole lot of detail in the tuning piece, because you tune it just like any other end-fed half-wave. So yeah, good luck. Thank you, and have fun with it.
There you go.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. Am I live to
Good
Twitch right
evening,
now? Why is
Josh.
Twitch not working? Hey, somebody in the chat, go for it.
Yeah, W1DGL Mike in Prescott, Arizona. Just wanted to say hi. First time in the after chat, and I've also been helping, and you probably noticed him in here, Eclipse in Australia with his foundation practice tests. So, and I also made a suggestion to our club that we include one of your YHAM radio videos on our club's website.
Yeah, I think I remember you sent me an email, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's great. Just play them on the YouTubes, right? Go for it.
Oh yeah, I don't really have any questions, but I just figured I'd say hi, and glad I got on here. And I figured out, with a little bit of help from Eclipse, I figured out how to do the push to talk.
There you go. Very good. Well, thanks for joining us out there. Appreciate it. Right on. All right. Anybody else in there like to say hi or ask a question? Come now.
Quick question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey guys, quick question. Would you guys comment on if there's any benefit of using a random wire end fed as opposed to a normal half wave end fed? Is there, if I understand correctly, the end fed half wave, you don't need a tuner if you cut it properly. You can talk on any bands that are higher than the piece of wire you have, right? And it looks the perfect simple antenna. But I see some people sometimes talking about the random wire antenna, and from what I saw, it seems that you need a tuner. So is there any maybe other like benefit that people are choosing that?
I'm gonna let I'm going to let Adam go immediately because this is definitely his wheelhouse, but I've got my own personal thoughts, but he's probably going to cover all of them more eloquently than I will. Adam, if you would be so kind.
Wavelength on the lowest band of operation, your efficiency is actually going to be pretty good, and you're not making all that much of a radiation efficiency and receiving efficiency compromise. So it really boils down to, do you want an antenna that's really compact and simple and doesn't require a tuner and gives you a certain set of resonant bands, or do you want something that's even more versatile, and perhaps at the push of a button, you can tune to any band you want and operate really on any of those?
All right, apologize for the audio cutting out there, but yeah, I think I got everybody in the Discord. By the way, that's a fantastic reason to join us on the Discord, is that you're never out of the loop if the audio freaks out on my end. So link is in the description or on the Twitch page if you're watching on Twitch to join us. Adam, that was fantastic. Does that help, dear caller, person who asking question? Did that help?
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks, Adam and Josh. Thanks, guys. A big greetings from Brazil here. It's our DX contact today.
That's it. The DX over Discord. Appreciate you coming out there, man. All right. Anybody else in there would like to say hi or ask a question? First timers preferred. We want to get them first timers in there if they've got a question. Burning a hole in their brain for ham radio. Come now.
Hey, my name's Ed, KO4BJP. I've been tinkering with a 2-meter slot cube antenna, and I was wondering if you've heard or maybe even built one of these before.
I've heard of a 2-meter slot, like using a recovered satellite dish. When you said cube, what's that entail? That's the part I'm not getting.
So it's essentially a copper pipe slot antenna folded in a cube such that the total, I guess you could say, volume is less than like a square foot. I got one built, and I was really wondering if you've built one or seen it or knew or advice on how to tune it, really. But I mean, if you haven't heard of it, that's completely fine.
I haven't. So is this? Well, one, if you could post in the Discord if you have a link to plans or an image of it. Does this have anything like a gamma match or some kind of stub lead that you adjust, like a J-pole or something along those lines?
You would, how is it done? So you would just take a piece of coax, fix the center conductor to, there's one stub of copper, the shield to another stub of cotton. Oh, if you give me a few minutes, I'll find the link.
Yeah, I was going to say,
it.
you're going to have a hard time explaining it vocally. If you could just drop a link, that's going to be a lot faster because I can share the website over the stream. But yeah, take your time. Come back when you get an image or something. We can take a look at it live. But all right, anybody else in there first time like to say hi or ask a question? Come now.
KF0HWV.
HWV, go for it.
Hey Josh, so I didn't catch the stream because my internet is so crappy it won't let me live stream anything. But a couple things I would add into any kit is a lighter, just because, well, I live up in Colorado and the winters are harsh. And also any gloves or hand warmers, excuse me, I'd include those in any kit just for future reference.
Well, you're going to love the live stream because we definitely had all those things covered. But yeah, it's worth mentioning again. Both those things, really important. I find, obviously, a lighter is, there's so many videos on YouTube on like, now I'm going to use the power of friction and a bow drill I built out of dental floss and a tent pole to start a fire. Like, there's so many videos explaining how you can make primitive fire using so many things around you. But at the end of the day, like, cheat. When it comes to survival, cheat. So yeah, use a Bic. Use those impregnated tinder blocks, the Surefires, if you will. Surefires are fantastic, aside from the fact they smell like fish guts, which is horrible. Cheat every way, which way you can if you're preparing for anything. So yeah, plenty of Bic lighters are on all my packs and little waterproof boxes. All right, anybody else first time would like to ask a question?
All right, sweet.
Yeah, no problem, man. If you go back and watch, feel free to comment. Let me know what you think. If anybody first time would like to hop in there and say hi or ask a question, come now. Oh, Sterling's in the house. What's up, Sterling? Hope you join us on Discord. All right, did we get to the end of first-timers, hellos, and questions? If we did, we'll open this up to thoughts on a bug-out bag or what you put in your ham radio bag when you go in a field.
I think you mentioned this a little in the live stream, but during the hurricane, I really came into everything in your bug-out bag should live in that bug-out bag, and outside of using it, you shouldn't be borrowing from it.
Yeah, reality is, that's tough to do. I appreciate it, particularly if you have kids, boo-boo kits, Band-Aids disappear, all that stuff happens. But generally, if you're building a bag that you're going to depend on in an emergency, if you're going to leave with it, if you must leave, or if it's going to like live in your car or whatnot, don't rob it. Keep it as intact as possible. Good point. Oh, did we get an image on that antenna? Two-meter cube antenna. Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Jody's on it. I have never built anything like that. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't able to post it in the chat, and then I saw, to post in the live stream, but I got it together. It could hear me on the repeater. I just wasn't able to tune it really as resonant as I wanted.
Well, what's your SWR sitting at right now on this?
Last I checked, it was like 2.2, right in the middle of the 2-meter band.
You could make that better.
It could have just been a shoddy soldering job.
I mean, that
more than anything, and really,
this is not yours, by the way, that I'm looking at on the live stream, right? This is just the one Jody found.
Yeah, it's probably it's the same link that I originally saw.
Well, what do they say on the link? Did anybody mention how to tune this bad boy?
So if you're looking at the picture, you see where they've attached the coax. How I interpreted the instructions, you're supposed to
I'm guessing
shorten
that
or lengthen those two stubs.
Ah, okay. So it's not seen. Well, it's partially blocked by Jody's picture, but that blue waterproof electrical box has links of wires in there, right? So it sounds like they're adjusting the lengths of wire to adjust the tune. That makes sense. Do you have an antenna analyzer? This would be trivial with an antenna analyzer. Do you have an antenna analyzer? I think we lost you there. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do. Go for it.
I've got a neighbor who's got an antenna analyzer, and I may just try rebuilding it, being more careful, and take it over to him.
I don't think you need to rebuild it. I think you adjust the links like you were saying in the wire. Did you already do that?
I tried.
But
it
you
really
don't have
is
an analyzer,
really
so you don't
shoddy
know.
soldering job.
Right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I don't know. Without you having an analyzer on this, it would be difficult to give you a true answer. Here's an idea. Why don't you go buy yourself a Nano VNA for like $60?
Oh, I thought you heard me earlier. I have a Nano VNA, and that's what I used initially to try tuning it.
So what's the problem?
I just couldn't get any lower, and I didn't know if you had any, if
right,
you'd seen it or had
but
any
where's
ideas,
where's the dip on the antenna then? If you've got the Nano VNA and you're doing an SDR sweep, right? You're looking for that sweep, that salad bowl. Where's the salad bowl? Is it above your center frequency that you want to be, or below it?
It's above it.
To the right?
Correct.
To the right implies that your wire leads are too short. So if that's the case, you could probably double up those lengths of wires that you use to connect to the two legs of the cube, and see if that does it. Just replace those wires with twice the length of wire, and then redo a scan and see if it moves the curve lower frequency.
Thanks. I'll check it out, and I'll probably shoot you a message and let you know how it goes.
Yeah, those are pretty cool though. I'm interested what the performance of those things might be. I mean, they look like those tables that people build where it's like one unbroken piece of like, extruded square metal that they build these weird cubes out of, but it's like one unbroken piece. That's what it looks like to me, but that's pretty cool. Anybody else in there for the first time like to say hi or ask a question? Come now.
Jody did post a QST article about the cube antenna if you want to take a look at that later, Josh, and it shows some more performance metrics.
Yeah, Blake, you're kind of low on the audio if you want to bump it up a little bit. But thank you.
That might just be me not talking to my mic.
Oh, yeah, you got considerably louder, so good job. Whatever you did there worked. Yeah, let's take a look at that. While we ask for any other newcomers, otherwise we'll open it up to free questions and comments. All right. So anybody else? Let's talk about today's show. Did anybody have any questions on what we talked about? Or what would you add to my kit? Or tell me to get rid of all that?
So Josh, well, one interesting note, you were mentioning, carrying cans earlier. Cans actually aren't very heavy, and if you're forced to carry all of your water anyway, like in the desert, when I go backpack in the desert, I don't bring dehydrated food because there's no water out there, and I might as well just carry food with water in it. So it doesn't save you anything if you're carrying all your water. If you can source water, then heck yeah, dehydrated everything.
That's a fantastic point, Adam. As always, Adam is the experienced outdoor person, K6ARK. By the way, K6ARK Radio Adventures, go check him out on YouTube. Go subscribe to him now. Trust me, it's worth. If you like today's show, you'll love his channel. So just go do that. Fantastic point, Adam. We did talk about how MREs are, kind of a pain because they have the water already, in them, if you will. And that's exactly what cans are too. And so if you are in the desert, then yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. Good comment.
Hey, I'm a newcomer. I have a question if this is working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go for it.
I have a K6 ARK antenna that I'm about to build, and I have a question on doing it with the micro traps versus just simple end-fed half wave. Is that worthwhile? I mean, I have the toroids, the FT, 37-2. I have like 100 of those. I probably could scrounge up the capacitors, but is there going to be a good payoff to that, or is it just kind of a waste of time?
Well, you got the right guy in the call to answer that, so we'll go to Adam. What do you think, Adam?
The answer is it depends. And the other kind of key tidbit I'll throw in there is that I have not built an antenna with traps in quite a while. And here's why. It takes a lot of work. It's a little fidgety. And if you add one trap, you need to build traps for all the bands you want to use because it throws off your resonant multiples. So, for example, if you want a 40, 30, 20, 15, 10 meter antenna, you can't just add a trap for 30 meters because it's going to throw off all the higher bands. Mm-hmm. So you have to add traps for all the others as well. If the one antenna where I think that, or one radio where I think it can be really handy is with the Mountain Topper MTR3B because it's a 20, 30, 40 meter radio. And it's really nice to be able to just have that antenna built and go through the trouble of building it and just be able to flip the switches and change bands.
Yeah.
Now, mostly what I do is build links for those non-resonant bands. So I'll build an end-fed half-wave, and I will put links for, say, 17 or 30 meters, and then I'll build the rest of it as a 40-meter end-fed half-wave, and that gives me 40, 30, 20, 15, 17, 15, and 10. And the only drawback is that I have to bring the antenna down and open a link if I want to run 17 or 30 meters. So it can be nice, but like I said, I think at this point I'm kind of just of the mindset that I'm willing to bring the antenna down for those odd bands that I don't use as much.
There you go. Did that help?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks a lot. I mean, I do have like little mini banana plugs that I bought for doing links, so I can do that too.
Yeah, that's an option.
Yeah,
but you need some strain relief, right? Or I'm sure Adam's going to talk about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a variety of ways to handle strain relief, and I'm sure you know how to do that. If you don't, send me an email or direct message, and I'd be happy to give you some ideas. But yeah, those little 2 or 2.5 millimeter banana plugs are perfect for links on a lightweight antenna.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That helps a lot.
Yeah, so there was a question. I'm going to make sure I get it. It was talking about Callum and the DX Commander, and let's see, where is it? There it is. So the comment is, will radials work on a roof? For example, a DX Commander on a roof with the radials just laying on the shingles. So Callum did a video on this recently, and I highly recommend you actually go check out his video where he talks about this. His answer is, maybe. and we get this a lot. Callum probably gets it more than anybody, and then I would imagine that Adam is right behind. And the reality is that, like, a lot of questions people ask in ham radio regarding antennas, they're going to be a little bit more specific to your particular setup, your particular build. There are complexities and variables that we can't really account for over an email or even if you took pictures and whatever. So we kind of do the best we can. Ham radio, though, is based off of experimentation and just figuring it out and trying it. And Callum would definitely tell you, give it a go and see if it works. And that's definitely my recommendation as well. Is put it up and see what happens. So hypothetically, will radials work on your roof under a DX Commander that you have mounted on your roof? Yes. Will it have the exact same antenna plot as his antenna on the ground? Probably not. But it's probably not going to be bad, and it'll probably work fine for you. Anybody have any other things they want to add on that one?
you may end up having to adjust the lengths a bit.
Yep.
To compensate for the lack of mirrored ground, but yeah, it should work.
Yeah, elevated radials typically need to be resonant to the bands. So you're gonna find you may not sure who was speaking, but that was an excellent point. That I think you very well may have to adjust the length of the legs. And when this question is done, I had kind of an interesting experience today while activating related to radials. So I'll see if there's any other comments for that setup, and then if you want to come back, I'll tell you the story.
Well, for the person that asked the question, does that help? I know we didn't really answer your question. The reality, so I'll give you a pseudo answer. We kind of already talked about the nano VNA. When you start fiddling around with taking antennas into an off-nominal situation, so Callum says, build your antenna on the ground, and you go, but I want to build it on the roof. Well, if you're going to build it on the roof, you're likely going to need to be able to analyze your antenna at home. And so the best way to do that is to have an antenna analyzer. Highly recommend the Nano VNA for this. It gives you all the experience of having a good antenna analyzer. Not the best, but definitely serviceable, and you can connect it to your computer if you need to. And I would highly recommend you go that route and help solve your own problem. So there you go. You'll learn a lot on the way too. I guarantee it. Does that help? Caller, go ahead. I didn't catch the name of who asked the question about the. That was sorry. That was a YouTube comment. So yeah, go ahead, Adam. Tell us your story because we're going off of comments.
Yeah. So I was activating SOTA and POTA today, and there were a bunch of strong stations and some weaker stations in there, and there was a station calling. I could get maybe a letter or two, but just couldn't make it out, and I got to the point where I just said, hey, keep trying if you want, but I'm going to go back to calling CQ. And I'm calling CQ, and then, about 2 minutes later, this station comes up, and I make the contact, and he was, well above the noise floor. And he said, yeah, that was me a minute ago trying to make contact with you, and you couldn't hear me. And I think he said he was, I'm going to see if I have it on video. And if I do, I'm going to follow up with him and try to get a little more information about his setup, because what he said was, yeah, I went back to my antenna, I think like a buddy pole or, a loaded vertical type antenna, and added a counterpoise or an additional counterpoise. So he had already had one radial on it, and he added, I think he said just one more, and it literally boosted his signal like 2 S units to me. It made that much of a difference. And yeah, there were probably some minor changes in band conditions, but he was repeatedly calling for probably 30 seconds to a minute, on the QSB, and I couldn't make him out. And then when he came back, it was an armchair like 5.3 copy. It was pretty wild how much of a difference just adding a radial made to his system that he was operating.
This is a buddy stick, I assume, right?
I don't know what antenna he was using. If I have it on video, I'm gonna that'll tell me what his call sign was. I'll send him an email and try to find out more information, because I think it'd be really interesting to dig into it a little more and see what exactly he changed to make that kind of a difference, because it did make a significant difference in that system.
All right. Well, so everybody, by the way, this is completely unrelated to previous discussions. Everybody trying to get into the Discord, that I think we got somebody in there that says they had an issue with their cell phone number or something like that. We don't ask for phone numbers. Discord is a service, right? Discord has many different servers you can join. The Hammer Radio Crash Course just happens to be one server. So if you click the link and you already have a Discord account that you created eons ago and you forgot the password, well, you got to go recover that Discord account before you can join us on the Hammer Radio Crash Course. That's how that works. So apologize. All right. Anybody in the Discord that has a question, we'll take that, or go back to YouTube, because we got some questions coming in over there. So go ahead. Anybody on the Discord with a question, go for it. Go ahead.
I hope you get. I've got a couple of quickies. Can VHF or UHF be used for SOTA? And with the radios that have like the double SO239s, do you have to have an antenna connected to both to use the radio?
So the first question, absolutely. You're in some areas though where you try to SOTA on VHF is going to be dependent on how many hams you have in that area. In Southern California, you can absolutely activate with 2 meters without much problem. You don't even necessarily need a Yagi, although that helps. Regarding your second question, radios that have two SO 230, basically two antenna connections on the back. No, but you have to be aware that you're lacking an HF antenna or a VHF antenna and not tune up on any one of those bands, right? So generally, if your radio has two, which radio are we talking about, right? By the way,
Sorry about that. It's the FT99A, or sorry, 991A.
yeah. So they've got two ports in the back. One is HF and one is VHF, UHF. And if you leave any one of them off, that's fine. Just make sure that you're not trying to go to that band and use it because you could damage your radio. Most new radios don't damage that fast, but still, be cautious. Well, I got a question for Adam then. Adam, how many SOTA summits have you activated purely VHF, UHF?
And today I made probably a dozen or so 2-meter contacts, and the longest ones were over 300 miles.
Yep. So totally doable. What sometimes happens, at least for me, if I have like trouble on HF or I forgot something, I plan to activate on HF, I have definitely just pulled out the HT and used an extendable antenna or a Yagi. I actually did have a Yagi on one and just started pointing down in the South Bay area and said, here we go. Contacts, let's go on Simplex, National Simplex. Made a couple contacts and wrap things up.
I got a question for Adam.
Go ahead.
What percentage of those 2-meter contacts were on sideband?
So from today, I think about 30 or 40%, about 30% were sideband, and the longest ones actually, I made two contacts on CW. That one of them we were having trouble on sideband, so we moved to CW, and it was easy on CW. So 2-meter CW even.
Cool.
Wow!
Thank you very much.
That's super cool. Well, I hope that helps.
Comment.
I just finished what I was going to say. Back in the day, I used to run a little 5-watt, a little 2.5-watt sideband radio from Japan, and I had a great deal of fun with that little tiny thing, and a 4-element quad. I worked half of Britain with that thing, and it was a lot of fun back in the day. Sideband seems to have dipped somewhat on 2 meters, which is a great shame. Thank you very much.
There was a comment too. Go ahead, comment.
Oh,
go ahead.
I was cheating today. I was running up to 160 watts and a 6-element Yagi, so running a little power. We don't get much tropo here, so at least not to the east. Sorry, go ahead for the comment.
Yeah, someone said they had a comment.
Yeah, so to the person that was asking about 2-meter and 440 SOTA, the tech prepper on YouTube, he's done quite a few of them. And he does a bunch of it just with like an HT with an extended antenna. So if you want to go check that out, I've been looking into it quite a bit, and it's starting to spark me into wanting to do SOTA. So go take a look at him, and you might get some help.
Rule of thumb from my point of view on National Simplex is if you see some activity on Simplex on the ground when you're in and around, like in your car tooling around, if you see some people talking on Simplex, and you could probably activate a SOTA with Simplex. Worst case scenario, you can go up to a summit, and if it's not going well, put a call out on your local repeater. You can't activate the summit off a repeater, but you can put the call out and ask people, hey, can you slide over to Simplex and make a couple of contacts for me so I can wrap this thing up? That'll work fine.
Ah, thanks for all the advice, guys. I'm heading up to the Adirondacks tomorrow, so hopefully I'll
Nice.
be able to do something on one of the high peaks.
Very good. All right. Oops. There
Got a
we go.
question, Josh?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's, Mike from England,
Yeah.
and over here we have a very specific simplex area, all laid out in 12.5K steps. All the channels are numbered, laid out in our band plan, never changes.
Mm-hmm.
All I've ever been able to find out about America is there's a calling channel, and no other information whatsoever
Regarding simplex?
regarding simplex band plan. There's a 40 14650 or 46, however you say it. There's a specific calling channel, but there's no information of how many channels either side are of the calling channel are available and what the spacing is, whether it's 25K or 20K or is in our case 12 and a half.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're watching me on Twitch right now, but here is a nifty guide,
Both.
and it walks through all that fun stuff on using.
I've never seen it printed anywhere, so I'll have to find something.
Yeah, now I mean, a lot of it is like unofficial band, plan, right? You're not necessarily required to adhere to this. They may make you adhere to it in the UK, but not here in the United States. So looking at this, I don't really have a. You know what? I do have a pointer. Here's my pointer. Hold on. So national SSB calling frequency is right here at 144.200. And if you start going down, you run into repeater inputs. Now you get into packet radio. 146 areas where you start FM simplex, 146.400 through 146.588. And national calling frequency falls within that. And the end of the simplex is again 588. So it's right in there. Now channelized. Here I'll put my pointer right there on it. There's a bit of a glare, so I apologize for that. Let's see if we can. There you go. So right there, middle finger is about where it's talking about that. It's kind of weird, right? Because on one hand, as hams, we're not channelized, right? We're frequency based. We can adjust the frequencies to whichever use case we want, so long as we're not creating interference. So to have somebody step in and say, you must be on this channel, on this band, which is a primary amateur radio, we're the primary users, I'm not really down for that, personally. I don't care, in the UK, you guys do what you got to do, but me personally, I would be like, well, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and I'm the primary user, so as long as I'm not interfering with anybody, I'm fine.
Well, the use case was they say, like yourselves, you've got 14652 is the frequency of the calling channel. And then what they did, because a lot of the radios were crystal controlled when they set this up, they decided on 25K steps.
Okay.
So that you would get a decent space between each channel in order that you wouldn't interfere with each other. So to stop people just popping up anywhere in between was the original idea.
Yeah.
And then
I can see that.
Area 1 came up and said, Region 1 came up and went, oh, it's got to be 12.5K steps now because there isn't enough space. And I must admit, when I first got my license, there were a couple of occasions when there wasn't a simplex channel available.
Mike, you got a bit of a robot thing going on. You're cutting in and out. I'm
afraid my input's a bit naff into your server.
Oh, I hear what you're saying, and yes, in a world where we are, crystal controlled, which we are not anymore. Yeah, I could see where that tight level of control would be important. I think the key thing is that if you give me a range, I like a range, I like having a primary calling frequency that is the national FM calling frequency. And then when I'm there, and if I find somebody I need to make a contact with, or we meet there, we can always just slide off. Or I can just have an unofficial plan with an individual where, again, I hand them a little card, just like the one we talked about. Where is it? There it is. I can hand them a little card like this. It says, oh, hey, I'm going to be on, this frequency, and this frequency, and give 4 options. If we encounter interference, and then that's the plan, right? It doesn't have to be an unofficial from my point of view. I think it just has to be, here's your ranges, keep it within that space if you can, and if not, whatever. So
I mean the range is 145 200 to 146.
Mm-hmm.
But the trouble is, if bloke A is running a radio in 5K steps and chap C is running in 6.5K steps, they may never actually meet each other.
Sure.
Anyway, my input to the repeater seems to be terrible, so I'll stop now.
Was somebody in there with a comment? I think you got stepped on. Or is that just we were just having some mic-related interference? Yeah, Mike, your signal into the Discord repeater is not as hot as it normally is, but normally you're in there real good.
No, I've got 5,000 ping at the moment, so I'll shut up now.
Oh, bud. All right. Well, my wife is joined the chat. She's in the voice chat, so want to say big happy birthday weekend to my wife. Happy birthday, Leah. Thank you for being a supportive partner in trying to do this whole channel thing. So thank you for you. All right. Let's.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Let's say hi to all of our YouTube friends in the house, starting at the top here and working our way down. We got a lot of people in here. Boy, thank you so much for joining us out here. A bit different operating setup for me, so I'm working my way through it. But Scott, ham radio for non-techies. Appreciate having you back. It's been a couple of weeks. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good, Josh. I'm glad to be back. A great show tonight. You touch on one of the topics I love talking about the most. I've been building my survival gear for the past 22 years, so I've got a little bit of experience in this stuff.
Yeah, right on.
It's a great show. I got a couple suggestions. I think you were asking me about my Leatherman. I can talk about that later on. Kind of taking a little hiatus past couple weeks. I'm running 2 channels now, so it's been a little difficult, not as easy as I thought it would be. It's not coming out as quickly as I thought it was. A whole bunch of new gear I had to go get for the new channel.
Yep.
So I'm running multi-camera shots in the kitchen and outside and stuff like that.
Yep.
But it's coming along. It's getting pretty cool. I just shot another video today. That'll be out next week. And just continue my ham radio stuff. The weather's getting nice out here. It's like 57 at night and like high of like 77 during the day. So it's much more convenient and comfortable to go outside and go out to a park, set up all my gear, and go and do some POTA for a few hours.
Oh, for sure.
Without getting mauled by mosquitoes.
We'll have to talk about gear later because I love talking about all that YouTube gear stuff, but not really ham radio related. So we'll come back to that later. Right. By the way, the after chat for those of you that are watching is just kind of a free form discussion on ham radio. It definitely starts out that way, but we start going off the rails as it gets on into the evening. So Scott, appreciate you being back, and I'm glad you're having fun, I assume, on both your channels, and I think it's super cool. So right on.
Yeah, I had to upgrade my computer this week, which wasn't all that great. It was kind of unplanned, but I'm now ahead of the game now.
Yep. Very good. All right. Next is Adam, K6ARK, I think. Yeah, it is. Adam, appreciate you being in the chat and adding your thoughts and comments. It's always super value added when you're here, so appreciate you. What's been going on with you?
Appreciate you having us, and for reaching out to the YouTubers in the discussion here to announce what we've been up to. I have been up to getting out to Colorado last weekend. I flew out to Denver and visited some family out there, and I also got to meet up with Steve, WG0AT, which has been kind of a bucket list item for me. Steve is really a big part of the reason I got stoked on doing summits on the air, and also why I make videos. He has a bunch of old videos that he made back in the day with his pack goats going out and doing SOTA activations. Go check him out if you haven't already. And my whole purpose in my YouTube channel kind of came from that. I said, look, this guy made some cool stuff that got me excited about getting out. I want to do the same for other people. And it was just really a wonderful thing to get to go out and meet him, go up Mount Herman with him and activate his peak. I'll call it that. He won't. But he's activated that thing, I think, about 290 times at this point, which is just insane. But he's.
I was doing YouTube before I found Steve, but he definitely gave me a huge fire to like understand SOTA and get into it. And actually, I'll argue that he's probably one of the reasons that always kept CW in my mind to learn and get better at. And I'm still not great, but I always think about his videos, his Pat Goat videos, and just everything he does. I absolutely love all of his old videos and stuff. I still go back and watch them occasionally. So, yeah, great. I saw that picture. Yeah. I was so jealous of you going out to Colorado to hang out with Steve. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, no, it was really a wonderful thing. And Steve's just an awesome guy. Very excellent hospitality, very welcoming. I even got to go out and do a little fishing with him, which was a blast. Caught about a 16-inch rainbow on Radial Creek, which was pretty nice. And just had a blast out there. It was good fun. So yeah, that was last weekend. I did shoot a little bit of video from that, and I'll be editing those up. And then today I went out and activated a local summit that I think I've actually already done this year. But it was the Arizona 10-Point Madness weekend, so there were lots of stations on summits out in Arizona, and I wanted to try to reach them on 2-meter simplex. And I did. Not all of them. I could only get some of them, but I made some pretty awesome contacts and shot some video out there as well. So that'll be coming soon. Last thing to note, paddles. I am still making those and offering them for direct sale for anyone interested. Send me an email, reach out to me, and we'll work out the details. And then I am working on putting together the 100-watt K6ARK antenna kits. I've got all the parts for 100 of the kits, and I'll be getting those out probably within the next few weeks to Amazon, and I suspect they'll disappear pretty quick.
Indeed. Hey, Adam, I have a request for you, if you're willing. You sent me a 3D print for the low-profile tuning knob for the True SDX. I realize that you're on Thingiverse. Would you be willing to upload some of your projects to Thingiverse that you've been collecting? Because you've got that, and I think a couple other ones too, right?
Yeah, I have some of those on Thingiverse. I've got my winders on there if anyone's interested in the winders. The paddles, I'm not going to share that for a couple reasons. Number one, I put a ton of engineering work into that, and I continue to do that. And two, they are exceptionally sensitive to tolerances, and I've kind of had to go through a whole bunch of engineering work to figure out the exact print settings that make them work well. So
no, I wasn't asking about
so those
the
aren't going to get shared.
I wasn't asking about the paddles. I appreciate that you got a lot of time in that. I meant the tuning. I said the tuning knob for the True SDX.
The tuning knob should be on Thingiverse. I also posted on as a variation on Manuel's design on the Prusa library, and honestly, Thingiverse kind of sucks, so I think I'm going to move the stuff or at least repost elsewhere.
So that may be the problem, because I don't see it on your account, the K6ARK Thingiverse account. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, so Thingiverse sucks. That's basically what it boils down to.
Got it. Got it. Yes, I agree. It's kind of a pain. Okay, cool.
If you create a design there and you save it and don't publish it, then you can never publish it. There's no way to release it.
Oh.
So it's effed up.
I gotcha. Okay. Thingiverse is kind of a pain.
So that's what happened there. I think you can get to it through my favorites, if I remember correctly.
Maybe.
And if not, I'll go back and post it. You do have to trim the coder post or install a shorter encoder. There's also a guy that figured out a way to cut a bigger hole in the PCB and mount the encoder on sort of the back side of the PCB, sticking through. So there's a few ways to do it, but yeah, it is nice to have a shorter and fatter, wider, larger diameter encoder knob.
I'm happy to. I'm always happy to break out the Dremel. So yeah, appreciate that. Right on. What was something else I was going to... Oh, somebody had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, fair warning with the Dremel. Those encoders have plastic internal components, and if you Dremel them, you very well may overheat it if you're not really careful and damage it. I have done that on one of those encoders, and I honestly think the best way to cut it is with just some dikes, some angle cutters, and kind of carefully nip it off, and then carefully kind of shape the nipped tip down to a more rounded shape to get it to fit into the encoder post. But yeah, you can certainly very easily overheat them with the Dremel.
So they found you, K6ARK, the true SDX tuning knob. I'll drop that in the I'll drop that here on YouTube so that people can find it. By the way, you should go sub to Adam in all the places. YouTube first, and then go copy his Thingiverse page, because he's got all kinds of really cool prints that he's done. So let's go back up there and let's take a look at it. Here's the final. It's got strong KX2 vibes with the low profile tuning knob there. All right. Now, by the way, go watch Adam's video. If you're an true SDX fan, go watch his video on the case where you can split the band or the RF section from the logic board section, and you can have two basically band sets if you want the classic, as it's called, or the high band, which is pretty cool. All right. Let's see. Any other YouTubers in the house? Did I miss anybody? I think we got everybody. Good. Let's talk more about bug out bags. Anybody have any comments, questions on today's video? Go for it.
Comment?
Yeah, go ahead, comment.
Hey, Josh, it's Leo, W4LJW. Can you hear me okay?
You got a lot of background noise, and you sound like you are 15 feet away from the microphone. You might have the wrong mic selected in Discord.
Is this any better?
Slightly, but you still got a lot of background noise. It almost sounds like you're running a generator in the background or an air compressor. Hold on, I'm just mixing up some concrete. I'm gonna hop on the Discord to chat for a little bit.
I'm in Southwest Florida. Got hit by the hurricane.
Oh, man.
I actually am running a generator.
You are running a generator. Oh, my goodness. Okay, we'll make do. We're hearing you a lot better. Go for it.
Oh, no, I just want to say thanks. Except for about 2 hours ago, the only comms we had down here were the ham radios, and we're still running them. There's whole cities down here with no law enforcement or fire radios that are switched over to the ham radios.
Well, hey, okay, so you're boots on the ground here. Why don't you tell us what it was like just running ham radio for the last couple of days? What were you doing? What were you using it for?
We activated 2 EOCs in our county, shelters, hospitals, a lot of WinLink back and forth to like Tallahassee, our state capital down here. Requests for supplies to the shelters. A lot of people coming in trying to help us down here, and they call us on the calling frequencies just to know where to go, because there's no street signs down here, no power, no water. It's a lot of devastation.
Yeah, indeed, and our hearts go out to you guys, and sorry about what you're going through. What you personally, though, what was your involvement, at home or whatever? How did you use ham radio?
I ran a shelter for 36 hours. We did a couple welfare checks on some of our members down here. It's just the phones are so fidgety that you can't really use them. It's how I got messages out to the outside world telling them we were okay. WinLink was the big thing there.
So what did you use WinLink? Was it primarily for email, or did you use the GTE SMS thing, or what'd you do?
Email, and then we do text over WinLink using like the Verizon and their phone number.
Oh, so yes, the GTE gateway thing, that SMS GTE gateway.
Yeah, and we're still using it. There's a town out on Barrier Island, and they're still sending requests for information or requests for supplies. And instead of bringing the whole piece of paper back, we have a guy out there filling it out and sending it back and forth.
Speeds things up a little bit if you've got somebody boots on the ground, if you will, that can take the information over the radio and hand it off, right, to the EOC.
Oh yeah, it makes life a lot easier. But no, I'm still sitting here. There's still chatter on the radio, and it's almost 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, were you involved in the Hurricane WatchNet at all, or going through any of that?
I couldn't. The eye wall went right over my house, so I had to drop all my big antennas. We're really just running on 2 meters right now.
Okay. Yeah, I was hearing activity on the Hurricane WatchNet from out here in Southern California. Not all, not even most of the folks that are actually in the impacted area, but we were hearing people. So, well, thank you for sharing that. This is the time. I mean, I hate to say this stuff is inevitable. It is, but it sounds like you were fairly put together with your comms plan, and you were able to do a lot with it, and it sounds like you definitely help people coordinating with the EOC and then passing traffic or whatever your involvement was, and definitely the hams out there. So I like to I hate to hear that it had to happen, but I like to hear when ham radio is used in such a way. So thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, no problem, Josh. Down here, Matt Q, AE4QE. Yeah, he actually did my VE testing, but I just lived down the street from his old house. But we have an active APRS team down here, about 150 people, and we all got together and we got it working and getting it back together now.
That's great. So you're talking AE4MQ, Matt?
Yeah, QSL.
Right on. Very good. Well, thank you for sharing that. There was a question that came in on Discord talking about solar panels, and again in a bug out situation. So I'm gonna factor this based off of like what you could potentially drag out into the field. I think I put it back. Let me grab it real quick. This is going to be somewhat of a repeat from the live stream, but I don't know, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. So it's literally already on the table. Was somebody going to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, while you're grabbing that, one thing to note about solar, I didn't see the sun for about 3 days here, so it's situation dependent.
Good point. All right. So the thing with solar, and it's just like your battery, and I was attempting to do it in like one little comment reply. Your radios have a current draw, right? And I'll embiggen this a little bit to incorporate some of the radios. All these radios, like this little handheld, right? And put my hand back, otherwise that's not going to be good. The 705, right? They draw power on receive, and they draw more power on transmit. So you have to consider like how much do your radios consume in ambient receive and then in transmit. You use a calculation of some amount of time you're going to be transmitting, some amount of time you're going to be receiving. And you need to spec your battery system based off of what that is, right? So in my case, I have a 3 amp hour battery that I built with Dennis. And this battery is easy to charge off of solar and generally provides enough power that any of these I can keep running for a day or two without doing anything if it's fully charged. The panel at 28 watts or so input is not a lot, but it's easy to pack, and the whole thing kind of just folds up and goes in my bag. So during a day, I can charge that battery back up to full, run some of my radios potentially, and then have the evening, at least some part of the evening, to be able to operate the radio. So it's really just a balance call of how much power do you think you need, how much power does the radio require, and then just speccing things out appropriately. And so you generally do need to do this homework. I've done the videos on talking about it, but really quickly, let me pull up a website here. So let me go over here to the web. So if we go to battery calculator ham ratio. So here's a battery life estimator, right? So I can say, what is the duration I need? Let's say it's a bug out situation, right? So I want 24 hours of operation potentially. That seems like a lot. We'll adjust that as we need to. I'm going to do single sideband. So duty cycle is about 50%. This is the radio's receive current in amps. I'm pretty sure that most of these QRP radios is about 0.35 amp, and then their transmit in amps is, we'll call it 4. I think that's too high. We're going to go with, where's the 50%? Duty cycle 50%. Now we're going to change that to 40%. Okay, so it's saying that I would need a 15 amp hour battery, or if I wanted a more capacity, I could do a 30 amp hour battery. Realistically, that's not right though. So what did I do wrong here? Transmit in amps is 4. 0.35 is right. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Depth of discharge. How much is used? The shallower, the longer. No. Amp hour rating for the battery. Okay. Maybe this is not the best. Average current consumed. This may not be the best calculator, but I've used this before. I was expecting less than 12 amp hour. But that's assuming that I was going to operate nonstop at 40% transmitting for 24 hours, like nonstop. Realistically, you're going to sleep sometime, and you're going to be able to recoup the lost charge with your solar panel setup. So that's probably accurate. That's probably accurate, now that I think about it like that. So for here, anytime I'm operating off the battery, I've got the charge controller connected when we're under sun, and it can charge it back up. But just keep that in mind that, yeah, now when there is no sun, as was mentioned during the weather, right? People in Florida didn't have a whole lot of sun, then you're not going to be able to charge that back up. So you're going to need something else to charge it up. Yeah, Jody posted a product about something that doesn't need solar. Yes, I have. I've used a BioLite before. Camp stove. I had a Camp Stove 1. Not very efficient. Yeah, I don't think you could do more than a phone off of it. And even then, you're running that thing pretty often to get it to charge. And just so we're clear, what that thing's doing is it's actually a fan. That orange body has a battery in it, but there's a fan inside, and the fan is blowing air into the combustion chamber, and that's making the fire burn more efficiently, which is good because you can actually cook on that thing without much issue. But the actual output power on that is not very good. That little heat transfer unit that they're using is not very good. So those are my thoughts on that. I'm not a big fan of the Camp Stove. I've used it a couple of times, and it's not good. Personally, I don't like it. It's super cool. Also, it weighs a ton. It weighs a ton. I would much rather go with a solar solution like this for your power needs than something like that crazy stove. But all right. What else? Any other questions? Discord, go for it. Let's talk preparedness, because otherwise I'm going to run to the restroom and take a minute. I'll be right back. So go ahead. Anybody in there? All right. Well, you guys are making this easy for me. We'll take a break here, and I'm going to run to the restroom. What just happened to my Twitch? My Twitch is all screwed up. All right, I'm still here, but I'm trying to get my Twitch to run an ad. So thanks everybody for watching on Twitch. I appreciate you. By the way, if you're not doing anything with that Amazon sub, throw it my way. I'll appreciate it. I'll be right back on the YouTube as well. You guys that are in the chat, keep it going. If you want to talk, go for it. You don't have to wait for me.
What was that stove thing he was talking about? Didn't understand.
It's something that a lot of people use for camping, for charging cell phones. It's basically a Peltier generator. They make two versions. One's a Peltier generator, and one uses the heat to create steam, just to power a little DC motor. They make two different versions, depending on what company you go with. But you basically...
So they make a Peltier version and a steam generator version and a steam engine version? Is that what you're saying?
Basically. The Peltier version's the one I've seen the most. Like, that's the link for the one he was looking at on streams and live streams back. You basically get 5 volts, 2 amps out.
Yeah, Peltier seems like the version I would probably want to use the least. That's not a good way to get power in an emergency.
Well, it's not really meant for emergency. It's meant for you going out at a family camping trip and you want to roast marshmallows and charge a cell phone.
Hey, Loyal.
Mm-hmm.
What channel is this hosted on? Because according to me, this is hosted in Sydney, Australia.
The Discord?
This particular channel in Discord, because you can host them on different channels on different servers.
So, this is using a feature where it's actually hosted in like 5 regions at the same time. And they're all linked together. It's a Discord auto-scaling thing.
I'll just pick the one closer to you.
Because I seem to be only able to get into Sydney, and it's making my ping enormous.
I can force it to go to 1, but right now it's set to automatic load scaling. Like it says, I'm on US East right now.
Yeah, I went to a different channel with nobody in it, and maybe this is the only one with the with enough bandwidth to hold all these people. Maybe, but yeah, that's why I'm getting abysmal ping, because I'm getting to like 290. You know, which is, and it says if you right click on the voice connected, it tells you where you're connected, and it's like, Sydney, Struth.
I guess that's not a lot of hope.
Well, I'm in England, so Sydney's about as
not a whole lot of people
about as about as far away as you can get.
Truth.
Yeah, I just
I like that.
I just reconnected I just disconnected and reconnected. It threw me over to Sydney too.
Oh.
Yeah, great. That's a lot of use in it. I thought it was just knowing how Britain's internet is. I thought that was just Britain being nutty, but it appears to be Discord being nutty. So
just British things.
I guess it's just got the least amount of people connected to it right now.
Give me just a second. I'm going to force everyone back over to US Central then, because I'm having the same problem.
Moyle's going to kill the whole chat right now.
It's early hours in Australia right now, is it not? So, I guess not a whole lot of people would be on Australia.
So I hope that answered the question on the solar. I didn't ask before I bailed out there to go to the restroom, but I really needed a break there, so appreciate you. Let's see.
So sorry for missing most of it, but I have one point. A nice thing to have after hurricanes are done. Fly over roofs to see if you're missing singles, what damage is done around you before you navigate out, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. No, I don't know. That'd be very practical. Go to your McDonald's, siphon off out of their grease trap, and run your diesel generator off that.
Your biodiesel, go around collecting.
Yeah, my biogreasel.
Hey,
right.
I do have to give it to McDonald's. My local McDonald's stayed open through the storm.
Oh yeah, and the Waffle Houses were closing.
Oh yeah,
We saw that.
Well,
out here.
I think they were worried about the violence that would occur inside of them.
That might
trying
be.
time like
Yeah, after what they've had to deal with the fights breaking out. Yeah.
stabbing
we had
between employees.
We had 2 places in town stay open through the storm: McDonald's and Chipotle.
Chipotle. Wow, that didn't expect that.
I went in the day before the storm to get my final Chipotle before the storm happened and said, "So you guys get the rest of the week off, huh?" And the staff were like, "Yeah." And the manager turns and goes, "No, unless it's a direct hit at Cat 2I, or we don't get it off." And they were all yelling at her like, "Well, we had plans to do this, we had plans to do that." And she's like, "No one told you you're getting it off."
Wow. Sorry, Chipotle. Go get
a wind bonus.
Dang.
Wait, they won't even let their employees like take the day off during a hurricane.
I looked on the app.
My family at home. You have to stay at
I
work.
looked on the app the next day and it said, "Hey, unavailable for mobile order," so maybe they got it off. I know the day the storm hit, when it actually started hitting my coast, the Target and the grocery stores closed at 12.
Yeah, that
So they were
Chipotle took
open in
on
the
a.
morning.
If you're unwilling to come in here and order in person, then we're not doing it for you. That was the the rule they picked up. I'm just kidding. All
I'm
right.
wondering if they didn't do a close at 12 too.
Yeah. So let's go back to some questions. We'll open it up. Free form. Any questions? Ham radio, 73-hour kit. Any type of questions. Open it wide open. Anybody in here who's been waiting. Let's take another call on that before we move into something else. But let's make sure we get questions if people have them. Go for it.
Well, I've got a quick one.
Comment.
We'll go. Who was that? Was that Mike? And then we'll go to the comment.
Yeah. Just something I've noticed over there in America. Again, this is another British American thing. The use of oh god, I've forgotten what they a way of stopping bleeding.
Tourniquets.
Tourniquets.
Yeah.
Is strictly forbidden in the UK.
Yeah. So tourniquet
in first aid. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll give you my American view of that. I grew up. I was a Boy Scout. I was a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout, and went pretty much all the way through from the beginning. We actually, I was one of the first years that had tiger cubs. So I went through that whole thing and all the way through Boy Scouts. And most of my career as a Boy Scout, the tourniquets were viewed as something, and you were told explicitly, if you put a tourniquet on somebody, they're gonna take the leg. They're ripping that, they're cutting that tourniquet off and taking that limb. So you better be damn sure that you're putting that on there to save a life. That was the message that was relayed when it came to tourniquet. We've since learned, and I think a lot of it, I don't want to necessarily all put the reason why to the battlefield, but we've gotten much better information when it comes to tourniquets. And the reality is that when you put a tourniquet on somebody, it is definitely not they're going to lose the limb situation anymore. It depends on time. That's very important. But that has changed significantly in the 20 or so years when I was really active as a scout and involved in that whole thing. It's changed significantly. Also, blood stoppers have changed significantly. I don't know if Adam's still here, but Adam is in search and rescue, and he's definitely got thoughts. But by the way, also USN ER Doc, I've done 2 live streams with him now. We've talked about tourniquets on both one and what he views as recommended trauma blood stoppage techniques. Highly recommend you go watch that. Adam, what do you guys do? What's your tourniquet policy?
Yeah, we do carry tourniquets, but fortunately most bleeding can be relatively easily stopped with just well-aimed direct pressure. Apply a couple of fingertips and push pretty hard on the point of the bleed. Don't use like a big wad of gauze and just soak up the blood. That doesn't apply the pressure that's needed to help stop the bleed.
Yeah.
And for the most part, you'll find you can stop just about anything that way. If you need to, you can pack gauze into a larger wound, particularly gauze that has a hemostatic agent in it, a blood clotting agent that helps stop that bleeding, and then that helps apply pressure sort of from the inside of the wound. And then the other resort you can fall back on if those efforts fail is a tourniquet. And, that's going to be for a major arterial bleed where you really don't have another option. And the key there, from what I recall, and it's been a little bit since I had my medical training, so consult your experts. But once you apply that tourniquet, you pretty much leave it on, and you get them to definitive care as soon as possible.
Yeah, I guess the training I've had, either through CERT, Red Cross, and then as a scout before that, which I would say the scout is the worst training I had, is it's like an additive approach. Like you'll know if you need a tourniquet. Like if it's a high pressure burst, right? Like an arterial burst, you may have to go directly to that, depending on where it's located too. Israeli bandage, it was already mentioned in the chat, is a really good option. That is a pressure, dressing, and it's got like a plastic D link that you feed the gauze into, or whatever that is, the bandage, and you pull it tight and torque it over. That will work, as I've been told in multiple instances from trauma surgeons like USN ER doc. So I think go with what Adam's saying, is apply pressure first and foremost. That's why sometimes your kit can be small for medical, and you can use things like shirts and belts and other stuff to apply appropriate pressure without having to go full tourniquet on anything. And Douglas, you make a good point. My understanding is pressure first, then tourniquet. Yes, but I'm guessing it also depending on how bad it is.
I took a class, a trauma class, mainly because I ride a motorcycle, getting back into it after a few years. But it was pretty heavy duty. Trying to think of who put it on. But the class was at a hospital with a military trauma guy.
Was it Stop the Bleed?
Couple things. Yes. Thank you.
That was the other thing I was going to recommend, is Stop the Bleed.
It was excellent.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think, was it the Israeli bandage that has the clotting agent in it?
It does. Yeah, it does as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then what I wanted to mention was they said, yes, absolutely, put a tourniquet on, keep a tourniquet with you. But what's in a tourniquet now is a marker, and the tourniquet has a patch on it that you can write on and that you're supposed to write on. He said the number one rule after you put a tourniquet on is write down what time you put it on.
Yes.
Because they match that. And by the time the doctor gets it, he's going to say, and I can't remember, was it 2 hours, 4 hours? But if they don't see a time on a tourniquet, they are massively pissed, and they want to know who put it on.
Yeah. So let's look at that. Go ahead, comment.
I've done two first aid trainings in the past 5 years, and both of them have said the same thing. If you're going to go through the effort of having a tourniquet in your kit, put a Sharpie in there and put the time on it, because if you don't, the same thing, the doctors are not going to be pleased.
So I've applied a few tourniquets in the field. I spent a lot of time in Africa, Afghanistan, and Iraq, and I've put on a couple of tourniquets. If I had any advice for you guys, time matters. You'll know if you need it. Like Adam and Josh said, direct pressure is always a good starting point. You will know if you're seeing arterial bleeding.
Yeah.
In that case, above the knee and above the elbow, never below. The bones are split, and you will not stop the bleeding. They'll bleed out inside of themselves. That's a good point.
Oh, interesting.
I have seen happen and learned that. I did not learn that the hard way, but I know of people who did learn that the hard way.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Josh, I've been, I was in Boy Scouts within the past 5 years, and they still have a bit of a similar thing, like to what you said about tourniquets. They're pretty serious about it, but they do now have more advanced things such as the pressure and stuff like that.
Well, no, they always had the
Comparing,
pressure.
something
They always had the
something that could
pressure,
do
but
that,
they
but
had this.
I'll keep going.
They always had the pressure. They just advocated like, if you put a tourniquet on, you're basically losing the leg, which I think that's incorrect. I think that things have gotten much better now. But go ahead, Jansky.
Yeah, I mean they still say something pretty similar to that. I mean, obviously they don't say they're going to definitively lose it, but
Right.
they don't say. They tell you don't put it on expecting them to keep the limb, essentially.
Which I think is inaccurate. I think that is not true.
I'd have to say the instructor, and this was only about a year ago, the Stop the Bleed instructor said really just the opposite. He said, put that time on there, and they have a time that they're going to say, look, if it's within, and I don't want to say, but it's somewhere between 2 and 4 hours, then they're going to do everything they can and continue on. And he says there is a surprisingly big success rate of that. I can't remember the numbers, but the Stop the Bleed course, I would really highly recommend
it. Yeah, that was a big recommendation to go along with whatever first aid training you take, is that you take a Stop the Bleed course. Because so that goes back, USNER doc, multiple people we've talked to on the channel have all recommended this. Like there are lots of first aid situations you will be in where time is of the essence, but there is no more situation where time is of the most essence, like someone bleeding out, potentially. And that's where seconds really do matter. Things like heat stroke and shock, yeah, super, super important as well for time, but you have more time, and your way of dealing with it is less like permanent, if you will. Like, putting a tourniquet on somebody that's conscious and really choking this thing down on a windlass, go watch some of the videos of people doing this to themselves and watch them and explain the pain they're going through. This is like super painful if you've ever done this to yourself. Really, really painful.
Although in Boy Scouts, they do also, I don't know if they did that back then, they do tell you, make things like pressure bandages out of like gauze in your, your neckerchief and stuff like that.
That's why you carry that. That's why you wear that neckerchief. It's a multifunction
Josh, can
device.
we bring up a safety point here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Even if you're training, don't crank these things all the way down. You can cause severe nerve damage in training.
Fair enough. Yes. That's why I said go watch the video. I said don't put this around your neck and torque down the windlass, please.
I just don't want you getting canceled from somebody doing it. Don't torque these things down.
That's why I said go watch the video. I said go watch the videos of people online. Don't do this to yourself. Also, hey, side note, hey, these things when you buy them, I'll give you a tip, and I should have mentioned this on the live stream. They don't come ready to be put on somebody. You have to open them up and then refold them to be useful. So here's what generally goes in my pack, the tourniquet, right? So when I pull it apart, this goes around the leg, right? And then you torque it down with the red tab. Actually, I should be on me for you to see this. So it looks like a heart, right? So if I fold this up, boom, it's closed. I can reach into it. I can put this around somebody's leg or arm, although this is way too big for an arm. That's why it's leg size. And then torque it down and then hitch up the windlass. Because when you get these, they're not folded like this. Or some may be, but it is highly recommended when you get some, if you buy them online on Amazon, that you do open them up and refold them like this, so they're actually quickly deployable. So there you go. Yeah, if anybody's on Discord and they hear me right now, I am simultaneously live streaming to YouTube and Twitch. Ham Radio Crash Course on both accounts. So if you'd like to follow me, you can. All right.
One of the first aid trainings that I did, the guy had no idea what an Israeli bandage was.
Really?
So I took that as a red flag and had kind of disregarded the rest of the training.
Yeah, Israeli bandages are one of the go-to things that you can get or have in your kit. I don't have I didn't have one out here. I apologize, but yes, I do have them. I do pack them.
I brought it in from the Jeep and I showed it to him. He's like, "What kind of folks are you running with?" I'm like, Well, hopefully ones that never need this.
The Israeli bandage is good. It's like a universally good bandage. It's not a tourniquet, but you can apply really appreciable torque, and also it's got a blood stopper in it, which is nice. By the way, thank you, Jody. NIFOG was the little spiral bound thing I mentioned, and here it is. I'll drop the link on the YouTube side and the Twitch side so you guys can pick it up. You should probably grab a copy of this and read it. You can get this. You can get it spiral bound, but it's generally not that easy. You can download it though, and then you can have it just in your files, and that's recommended as well. All right. Anybody have any questions? Want to jump in there, ham radio or otherwise? Go for it.
Well, I just actually wanted to add to that note of having it in your files. I actually shared the comment that you've had previously of having the manuals for first aid and for your radios offline with a coworker, and he actually had a moment of thought and went, "That's a really good idea." And I think he actually went home and did that. So thank you for that tip.
I not only here I've got two schools of thought on this, right? I talked about it. In fact, my EMP bucket is literally right in front of the camera that you guys are all watching me on. Two schools of thought. A USB stick with your manuals on it is really good. The computer that you use for ham radio, that's just like your POTA computer or whatever, is really good. But I really like having an e-ink reader, like an ebook reader. I like having that, having all your manuals on it, and then having that stored somewhere. Whether you keep it with you all the time because you like ebooks and you read ebooks a lot, which is great. Ebook readers are super, super tiny on their current draw. You can keep an ebook reader going a long, long time on a charged battery. And so if you're really going to be in a crunch situation with your power, an ebook reader is a fantastic asset to have. Not so much as a tablet with a backlit screen or anything like that. Ebook readers are really, really good. So let me flip this over here. I'll show you the NIFOG. So this is an old one. I have a newer one. It happens to be in my work kit right now, my daily bag. So this is the National Interoperability Field Operations Guide, 2016. There's obviously a lot newer versions. I think I have a 2020. But you can see what it goes through. The table of contents is actually pretty interesting. Be reading through that. I'll let you read. But it covers all kinds of things like VHF low band and high band, NOAA weather, different law enforcement channels, standard CTCS codes, emergency support functions, Wi-Fi, even into explaining like how your antenna should be set up. The NIFOG will do that. NIFOG will do that. And there are some illustrations, but not a lot. It explains the incident commander protocol, like what the chain of command is like. Explains counties or what to do with different situations. Calling frequencies, tactical frequencies for UHF law enforcement. This is a fantastic thing to get your hands on if you can get one. I wouldn't spend a ton of money, but I wouldn't be surprised if you'd be able to find one on eBay or a couple on eBay for not too expensive. And it sounds dumb, but like some of this stuff is really pretty smart. DCS tones or codes that you'll experience. RJ45 wiring, oddly enough, is sometimes, for those of you that don't be crimping every day, really kind of helpful. It's pretty funny what the detail it goes into. There's a whole section on ham radio too, if I remember correctly. Satellite phone dialing instructions. What's that? Go ahead.
The same coworker, he called me earlier in the week and said, "Hey, are pins 3 and 6 on Ethernet used for anything?" Went, yeah.
Do I like need that for networking and stuff?
Well, a contractor actually put a staple through a coax line
Oh,
in one
beautiful.
of the apartments that they're wiring up. So he went to the contractor and said, "Hey, y'all need to repull this," and they didn't understand why, and they were not pleased because it was all dried in and all the hard pan was all put in.
Oh no. So there you go. There's amateur radio, emergency frequencies. What does it say? Let's see. 80 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters. What is that? 14,300. We know that. And I think it goes into the high band stuff too, right? Amateur calling frequencies. There's your 146.52. This goes all the way through 10 meters up to high band stuff, real high band. Yeah, so there. Yeah, I mean, like this is a really cool tablet if you can get one of these. And these are all right. It's basically right in the rain type paper. Nice to have. It's actually I've had 2 of them now that people have sent to me, and I really appreciate them, and I do keep them in my kits. All right. All right. Let's take some more questions if we have them. Anybody in there? Comments or questions? Go for it.
I got a comment.
Go for it.
Everybody probably should know exactly how to get coordinates off your cell phone and be able to text that easily before you need to do it.
Oh, like with whatever apps you use or whatnot?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that stuff will actually work in your text app. I know Verizon's app, it has Glimpse in it, which is nice sometimes if you can figure it out.
For the iOS users, there's an app called Maidenhead. That is the app I use most often if I don't have GPS directly on my computer or radio. I use something called Maidenhead, and that gives you everything you want to know about where you're at that moment. You can actually go in and dive into other grid squares and all that stuff, and you can look up other grid squares. Very effective app on iOS. Apologize for the sneezing and blowing the nose. Yeah, that's also a good point. Ham radio for non-techies. Learn to read a map and how to handle distances and actually plotting a course. Go ahead, Scott.
No, I meant specifically, learn how to read a topo map.
Yeah.
We sit here. I know we rely on our cell phones, but if that all goes to hell, you have no way of recharging your phone. You're screwed. And every time something new in technology comes out, we lose some skill we should have for the convenience of something doing it for us.
I second that. Learn to read a topo map for sure.
Yeah.
The road maps are still actually printed by, I think it's Rand McNally, for truckers. So I know, right? Rand McNally. For truckers, they print these big, huge maps every year of all the roads in the United States. So it's not a topographic map, but if you need to plot, a route, that actually works pretty well, and they're like $40-$50.
That's all we had in the 70s.
Is that the map that my dad used to have? That was like it was like this big and it folded out. Was that it? There was another one we used.
No, these are laminated, are wire bound, and it's literally like 200 pages of maps with details of all the cities and details of chunks of different states.
Yeah, no, my dad had this really cool map that like was in this plastic fold thing with Velcro. And he used to roll it open.
That might be it.
And you had to open it, and like it was all the roads. I don't know that it was Rand McNally. It was something else. It was a name I don't. No.
There's
Walmart.
also another book, another map out there called like the Back Roads.
No.
It's a Back Roads map. So it shows you all the off-grid roads that are aside from like the main roads people normally take.
Right.
The Thomas Guide or Thomas Brothers. Thomas Guide was another kind of.
I think it was Thomas Guide. Yeah, it was the Thomas Guide maps. Are they still a thing?
Yeah, the Road Atlas. There we go.
He had a big one though. It was really nice. That was really easy. So maps are kind of pain in the ass, by the way. If you got like spiral bound and it's really small, there's not a lot you can do if you've got like a proper compass. If it's really small, it's really difficult to get ranges and whatnot and plot a course with something that's like a proper like compass. Just keep that in mind too. I don't know. I like the bigger maps personally, but that also comes with space that they have to take up.
Yeah, but my office tried sending me to Church Road once in Bristol. There are 16 of them. I said, "Can I have some more information, please?"
Oh my God, the Thomas Maps or Thomas Guide, is it owned by Rand McNally? Did they get us? Did they get Thomas?
These aren't the ones that the truckers are using to get lost and stuck in Forest Service roads, are they?
Yeah, it's the map guide that only the Swift drivers can purchase.
So will insurance fix that?
Yeah, I mean,
UK,
go ahead.
in the UK, we used to get these things called the A to Z guide. You could buy them like the whole thing, but like you said, that ended up being a gigantic book. You could buy them for individual cities and counties, and they went down to street level, but it was, depending on how often you bought it as to how hard it was.
If you go to thomasmaps.com, on the left side, it says Truckers Atlas and GPS.
Oh, heck yeah.
And for $50, there's a Rand McNally Deluxe Truckers Atlas 2023.
Well, there's an oxymoron.
That's not.
There's also
I'm gonna pull it up. Here. So that's not so bad. That's $50. Rand McNally Deluxe Truckers Atlas. This is where all the lot lizards are. I'm kidding. Nobody laughs. All right, fine.
No, I'm laughing. It's not that far from off, but Gaia GPS, those maps, that's probably going to be a better guide for truckers.
Yeah. But see, also like I don't know if I'm. So I'm thinking of like a printer, like printer paper. If your map is printer paper, it's probably not the map for me. Like I want a big ass map that I got to lay out on a table or stretch out somewhere or fold over. Like I get that, but I want to be able to go in there. I don't have a protractor with me, but like a map protractor or a proper flat. What do they call it? Linstatic? It's a linstatic compass, right? Like, I want to take my linstatic compass out here and boom, and get ranges and plot courses and all that stuff. That's what I know of. And if your book is just printer paper, but it's used to kind of get your bearing and where you needed to go, okay, fair enough. Like, that's good. If that's what you need, fine. But if you're in the middle of nowhere, like a proper map this is what you want, personally, from my point of view.
That's normally I order those from Cal Topo. Like any area of operation we're in, we'll get them set up, and you can order them. You can get any sort of data on it that you want. So, and they're like $10.
You used to get those driving in, or every time you went into a gas station, they had all of them.
Yeah, you remember that, Don? Hey, Don's here. I heard you.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Snuck in on us.
No, I wasn't feeling well.
The advantage of these, the ones that I linked on Amazon, and yeah, they're not cheap. I think this is like $15. And this is the Angeles National Forest, but this is it's almost like right in the rain type material. Like not the same. You're probably not going to write on this, but it is super waterproof. It's almost like a plastic. This is nice. This is like a very, very cool map. I really like this one. So, right on.
I have a comment about all that.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
So, I don't want to be crucified here, but one thing you can do is take Google Maps and download the maps onto your phone and take them out into the woods.
No, you know what's another? No, I'm kidding. Gaia GPS for your phones is very good. I do like Gaia. Is that what you use, Adam, when you're on the field? When you're out, what do you use on your phone or whatnot? If Adam is still around.
It also allows you to still use the GPS and stuff.
Yeah.
If you download the map.
There's a lot of value in that. I don't want anybody to not have value. But Adam, I think you just unmuted. So what are you going to say?
Yeah, I did. I'm not a fan of Gaia personally. It's just I don't like the user interface, but the functionality is excellent. I think it boils down to personal preference. The ones I typically use are CalTopo because it's very heavily tailored for SAR. It was actually built by a Bay Area Mountain Rescue member for the purpose of SAR. That was kind of the origin of CalTopo. So we use CalTopo a lot. I use that for personal use a lot. And then I use another app called Backcountry Navigator, and I just prefer that user interface over the one for Gaia.
There you go. What was the app you use, and what is that, Android or iOS?
It's Android. Backcountry Navigator is what it's called, and I just personally prefer that one.
Well, that's good.
But it's almost identical functionality to Gaia.
That's good. So when you're out there trying to do search and rescue with Backcountry Navigator, you can still find where all the moonshine stills are. You can load up a couple of milk jugs of shine on your way out, right?
That's right. Yeah. But yeah, CalTopo is probably the most advanced and most capable. It's just when you cram a whole bunch of functionality into something, you tend to make it a little more complicated, and it's maybe not quite as user friendly as the others.
Indeed. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Adam. Something for everybody to check out. I'll load that on my $100 Android tablet, just in case.
So I'm up here in Washington, and my boss actually did a 2-3 week long single track trip, and he uses Gaia GPS and OnX, and he went out with his son, and they actually tried traversing a couple of different roads and trails that were supposed to take them where they wanted, and because where we were and we had the wet winter and the cold spring, they didn't quite trust the snow layers that Gaia GPS had in their maps. And about 2 times after they tried going through different trails, and they came across snow about when Gaia GPS said that they were supposed to, that they actually started trusting them. So Gaia GPS, their snow layers were at least fairly accurate. So I'd hope that the rest of their different layers would be accurate as well. So they started trusting them. They were actually able to get through a good chunk of the Washington BDR back road discovery route relatively unscathed after they started actually trusting the maps, and they went from up near Canada to down near Oregon, and then they headed home.
I do a similar thing with CalTopo on the versions, or I'm not sure what level of subscription you have to have for it, but there are layers that contain satellite imagery within the past week. So it's usually 3 to 5 days old, and that is incredibly useful for looking at snow coverage if you want to go ski or go hiking or whatever, and need to know where there's snow and where there's not.
Do you know if CalTopo or if there's any equivalent map that's situated for other states other than California are available?
Oh, CalTopo is worldwide. It's not just California. It's a bit of a misnomer from the name, but it's worldwide.
Ah, sweet! I will share that with him. He will probably like that. Thanks, Adam.
Who maintains the maps on that?
They pull from a variety of sources. Some of
Comment.
them are Forest Service, USGS, various satellite imagery sources. So there's a wide range of sources, and I don't know what all of them are, but yeah, they pull from a wide variety.
Was there a comment? Go ahead.
Yeah, so as far as maps, like I posted just a minute ago, this is why I posted that big Rand McNally. I like it a lot. I've gone through about 3 of those now, and they're great. Another thing is the Hunt Explorer. I don't know if this is just Colorado only, but I bought this from Murdoch's for $16. And it shows public land, private land, ponds, lakes, streams, campground sites, state parks, the works. It shows just about everything. And it also has elevation, which is pretty cool too. So yeah, they're pretty nice. I'm trying to find the picture that I just took of it, and I'll post it in the live stream.
Oh, I love it. We're getting a ton of people on YouTube and other chats are like, "Oh, I just bought a paper map. I can't believe I didn't own one." It's so crazy to me that like most of us grew up with, our dads, grandfathers, whatever, having paper maps and literally pulling over to the gas station while we're pumping on gas. We lay the map out on the hood of the truck or whatever, and we're looking at like where we're going. And that's what we would do. Like we would literally get out there and start looking like the roads we're going to be taking. And now it's like, I don't know, Siri, take the wheel. where am I going from here? It's true. Convenience is great, but we should have that capability as a backup always, because like the internet, right? Like we just heard it from somebody, and I don't know if he's still in the chat now, from Florida, where they were using ham radio as literally their communication method for the last couple of days. Do you think they had internet to do maps? Probably not. So keep that in mind. I don't know that they're driving a lot either, but you get the idea. Somebody's going to comment, I think. Go ahead, comment.
I was going to say, I'm with you. I identify as an elder millennial. I definitely grew up in my teenage years using MapQuest,
Me
and
too.
having today's Siri technology is just completely incredible. I'm just awestruck by the fact that I can say, "Hey, send me here," and I go there.
So I am an elder millennial. I know of a day where I was at work and I was invited to a party after work, and I would go to a computer at work and I would type in Yahoo MapQuest, the address, print out the driving directions, and then drive there. So yes, that is what I did.
I have a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I keep telling them I'm older than Google, and they don't believe me.
I am too. Yeah, I am older than Google. Yeah, wow. Wow. That makes me feel really old. Holy crap.
I'm only 25.
Happy I could help, Josh.
God, we're screwed.
Yeah, I know. I'm older than the damn
Holy
internet. Come on, guys.
I guess I am too.
Me too.
Yeah, I guess I am too. When did the internet come out?
What? It was
Late 80s.
readily available in late
early
80s.
90s when it was like super commercialized. Oh yeah,
I was driving long distances in the 70s.
With creating the internet.
I was playing Atari at that time.
Wait, how old do you have to be an elder millennial?
I think you got to be early. Like, so I was born in 82. 1982, I think is. I think okay. Here's my hard take. To be a millennial, you must have reached adulthood in the new millennia. So the year 2000. I was literally 18 years old in the year 2000. I was born in 1982. I am the epitome of the millennial, the new millennia. That is a millennial.
And I graduated college in 83.
So does that mean I'm not
crediting myself with being elder millennial as well, even though my interests may be of those of a few years older than I. So I'm 89 here.
So does that mean I'm not an elder millennial at 85?
You're toward the elder side. So my wife, if you ask her if she's a millennial, she would say hard no, and she's older than me. She's 80. She's 80. 1980. And she would say, absolutely not. I am not a millennial. I do not align myself with that concept. I'm not an elder anything. So you can't get her to agree that she's an elder millennial. At the same time, I totally agree that I am an elder millennial. I totally do.
To
I think a lot
me,
of it's how you're raised.
to me, 82 is still Gen X.
Well, again, but a millennial is someone who reached adulthood in the new millennia, meaning the year 2000 and later. And I literally turned 18 in the year 2000. That is it. That is literally the definition of it.
I agree.
Hey,
My
guys,
gauge
I
is
was
Aqua Teen Hunger Force. If
That
you
is
can grow up and appreciate Aqua Teen Hunger Force as an adult, that is my gauge.
Oh, okay. Is that how you are a millennial or an elder millennial? Because the Aqua Teen Hunger Force was my jam.
Elder
You
millennial.
cut
Oh,
half
that's
the
totally my
millennial.
jam.
Yeah, oh
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force is totally my jam. I had Frylock
Oh,
taped
yeah.
to my ceiling when I was a kid.
Yeah, bring your urine. If you understand the Moonanites and why the Moonanites are funny, that's Meatwad. Bring your urine. So the right answer is
Prepare for the
generations are
quad
mostly
laser.
defined by marketing. Correct. That is the right answer. Ultimately it is all BS. To try and define a 10-year span of humandom into a generation that is almost like a astrological sign of what you will do in a situation is complete garbage. I just use it only in the sense that, yes, there are distinct differences between Gen X and millennials and Gen Y and Gen Z and all that. I do believe that there are differences, but to pigeonhole people into certain things I don't do that. But yes, there are differences.
I was born before the word millennials was invented. And you just made me realize I was born before touch tone telephones. That's
Oh
scary.
yeah,
Zzz,
me too.
zzz,
So,
zzz.
Don, what did you and Lincoln order when y'all went to lunch?
Mostly hot dogs. Why?
I
I
had
think in
the
1980,
I had the amazing experience to explain to my wife when fax machines were invented. Has everybody looked into the rich history that is the fax machine?
They go
Get me
back
started.
to telegraph, right?
I work
They
in
were
healthcare. We
the
still
fax
use
machine.
fax machine.
The fax machine existed when Lincoln was still alive. That was why I brought it up, is because someone mentioned Lincoln. Literally,
The fir- the
yeah,
first fax machine. This is on a website of Washington D.C. History. The first fax machine was driven by light.
yeah.
And it transmitted one pixel or one scan, something at a time, but it was fed by light.
Yeah, wired fax came actually later, before even wireless or anything else. But yeah, the fax machine has been around for a long time. Before the telephone, Alexander Graham Bell, that came after the development and invention of the fax machine. Crazy. I love that.
I gave a talk on late fax machines once.
And now, if you leave your fax machine on too long, you just get spammed into oblivion. That's what my wife told me. Because they have a fax.
600 pages of black.
Yeah.
600 pages of black. Yeah, you got to be careful out there.
Use all the toner.
No, heat sensitive bog roll.
No one's mentioned us baby boomers.
Yeah, I mean, baby boomers, you
Sure, I
guys
did.
went through a lot, but the technology aspect of things took off rapidly in the 80s, if you will, the late 80s in particular, which, there's many
Yeah,
generations
the
involved
late
in that.
the late '80s when the abomination of the Lisa first came out. God, that thing sucked.
You know what's
I
crazy
said
about the Lisa, though, is that I believe that was a solid state based memory system. So the Lisa, you could actually, it booted faster, and its memory was much quicker than the Apple Mac or the 2E or anything like that. The Lisa was actually a pretty interesting. There's a guy who did it. We talked about this, Dawn. I know you and I talked about this. There was a guy who did like this whole blog series where he only used the Lisa to create his blog and his book that he wrote. It's a very fascinating thing.
Mm. Yeah, my wife had an SE30 for years until they obsoleted it. But anyway, I mean, and there's not a lot of people that remember the Macintosh 2, which was actually a really good color computer back in its day, but it was big as hell.
Yeah.
And I mean, they were so expensive that, I mean, I think they ran over $12,000, and this was like what, 85 or so. Because my wife had them, they were using them at work, which is unheard of anymore. Pretty much I haven't encountered a Mac in an office setting where the company's paying for it in many, many, many years.
All of our creatives get Macs. Anybody who's working in video or images, it's changed. Actually, I take that back. In the past, it was like 80% or more were Mac users. Now it's probably 50-50 for the creative types at my job. But that's also like the smallest percentage of people. Everybody else is like hardcore engineers, and we're all completely Windows, or we're just using Windows to get into our Linux systems, which is more often than not just Red Hat.
Yeah, the only reason we have Windows is for Office, and the Mac guys actually. There are 2 or 3 guys that have Macs, and they do it because they do a lot of drawing, but and some of the stuff they do looks really slick, but the IT department absolutely hates them because they don't go on to the IT networks very well.
Group policy. That's the main reason. Group policy. If you want to spread a bunch of different settings to a bunch of different computers with minimal effort, group policy is where it's at, and Macs do not play well with group policy.
Yeah, on the Macs here at work, we what they want to do at work is they want to watch what you're doing,
right,
and make sure that you're up to date on all of your security stuff, because they're so damn afraid of somebody getting a virus or ransomware.
Sure. Well, $0 days. That's what he's saying. Let me jump in for a second. He said O day. For everybody who doesn't know what he's talking about a 0-day exploit, like a huge exploit. They call it an O day, but it's 0 day, meaning like it was announced right now, like the hottest take. Love the comment from ZL1TC. Red Hat is bloatware, not Linux. Shots fired. You must be an Arch user, I'm guessing, right? And Sean Weiland, OSX is a Unix that just works. Okay, right on. Although I have literally worked on a Unix system that was for an embedded satellite payload, and that also just works, and it's been working for decades on orbit. So I don't know. I have too, Dawn. Yes. No, yeah. Discord audio's dead. Oh, lost it. Shit.
A Mac
back
in And I can only count twice in 10 years that I actually reached for the system distance because I summed up wrong and deleted something. Also, I found that my iMac was the best PC I ever owned because it ran Windows 98 extremely well under boot camp without any errors.
Yep.
My machine,
and here's Microsoft breaking their own operating system. You can't get desktop shortcuts pushed out by an administrator because of a security patch just from this last month for the patches. This is the state of Microsoft as it is right now. They're using their production environments, their customers, as beta testers. It's terrible.
Oh,
well, I mean,
Red Hat does that. Come on.
I mean, there's a problem out at the moment where certain NVIDIA cards are black screening your whole computer and going to blue screen of death, and neither Microsoft nor NVIDIA can tell you why it's doing it.
All right, I appreciate all the hot IT talk. I'll give you my hot take on IT, and then we'll go back to ham radio. There are far too many people that are graduating with cybersecurity degrees right now. I think that the market has been flooded with cybersecurity, and I know it is the degree of the future. But if you're thinking about a cybersecurity degree, please buffer it with actual development experience. Like, get some coding knowledge or something. Like, learn to actually be an SA, a systems admin. Don't just walk out the door with a degree and go, I am a cybersecurity expert. Please hire me, because I got bad news for you. Please don't do that. All right. So there's my hot take. But okay,
IT is loaded with those guys.
I know, and I don't know what to do with them. I don't know what to do with all these cybersecurity people. Everybody comes out of school and they're like, I just want to do cybersecurity. And I'm like, what does that mean? You're going to run scans on my computer to see if they've got holes?
No. What it means is they're going to
pay me six figures.
No, what it means is they're going to dictate to you how you can use your computer. That's all they do. They do it all day, every day, and developers blow them out of the water. Literally blow them out of the water.
Yeah, please.
And have always done so.
Honestly, if you want a job in IT right now, it's all about automation. Automation is king.
DevSecOps. If you're going to do development, please learn Agile. Please learn Atlassian Tool Suite.
Oh, God.
Please learn Linux. Please go buy a Raspberry Pi and not just be like, I own a Raspberry Pi, but actually learn Linux, like actually how to use it. Not just get around like I do, be effective as an operator. As a developer, I can use that. I can't use a cybersecurity degree. So there you go.
No, but even in test, you want to have automation because even
that's where I want.
testers,
That's where I want automation the most. In development, I want people to actually agile their tests to be automated, and I want those tests to go to the INT folks so that they can just run those tests in a recurring daily build scheme that gets pumped out as a build every day. That's what I want. I know I want to get off of IT, but I opened the can of worms, so I'll take the comment. Go ahead.
All right. Well, here's a good way to pivot back to ham radio, because I've actually been looking at this the past couple days about what would be the best. I don't want to use the term the best because there is no the best in ham radio, but I want to set up a automated weather reporting station through APRS using a Raspberry Pi.
Node-RED.
Yeah. I mean, assuming you have an actual weather sensor base that will feed you the data that you need. That's what I found is more problematic than anything, is finding the weather sensors that will feed you what you need to be able to actually send it out. And yeah, you can. Some of them will integrate with APRS like right out of the box.
Yeah, I was looking at some videos the other day, and there was this one, I can't remember, I have it in my save list under YouTube, but there was a guy that he actually developed a couple different, he developed one software, and there's a couple other, there's like WeWix, I think is one of the softwares that he put on the Raspberry Pi. But basically, I mean, he used some, let me see if I can find it and I'll get back to you. But he used a couple different, there's a website that has all these different types of weather stations that'll integrate with a Raspberry Pi.
I was talking with a guy that actually wanted to use the APRS weather station as a fermentation reporting. He basically wanted to hook up a weather station to his fermenter so we could tell when his fermentation was done of what temperature it was, what the gravity was, and report that over the APRS network.
I like that.
Well, he wanted to know whether his still was done or not.
A true developer is in
Yeah,
our mix. Regular expression is your friend.
Yeah, yeah. When the gravity got close to 1, you knew that it was time to go out to the garage and move it to secondary.
Risk getting blown up.
All right.
Does anybody know how to automate a brush? Oh no, that's a vacuum cleaner. Sorry.
Oh. Nicely done, Mike. Nicely played. All right. Anybody in the chat or anywhere? We'll take YouTube comments as well or questions. Let's bring it back into ham radio if we can. It doesn't have to be about tonight's show or anything like that. But any questions or comments you guys have been wanting to ask about ham radio, I'd love to hear it. Love to help you out. So let's do it.
Comment.
Go ahead. Comment.
Yeah, so this is going to be old news to people in Colorado, but there's a system that got launched up here called Skyhub Link. I don't know if any of you heard of it. Basically, the owner, W0SKY, took just about every single ham radio mode, analog, all-star, Echolink, and just combined it into one big deal, and it's starting to spread around. It's pretty cool. Let's see if I can do this the right way. But yeah, there's All-Star, DMR. It's everything except for like NXDN and Tetra. They got Hamchat Hotline working, but yeah, like you can join just about anywhere. Repeaters are going all over the place. There's now one in Canada. There's a couple in Utah. There's one in California, I think.
Yeah, but wait.
But yeah,
what
I
does
just
this
thought you
require?
got anyone that's kind of intrigued by that.
What's the hardware that is required to use this?
No hardware really. There's all sorts of repeaters all over the place. If you don't have a repeater nearby for either like DMR or P25, you can get yourself like a hotspot and join there.
No, you have to have hardware. So like, I mean, what is it? Is it running on Raspberry Pi? What is the computer device that's doing all this transfer? What is it?
That part I haven't been able to find out yet. I was looking into that, but I haven't found anything like rock solid yet on what it's using.
All right. Well, I will withhold excitement until I know what's actually involved in this, because we're doing on the HRCC. If you go to hrcc.link, that is our digital mode setup, and it is in no way a simple process to be able to bridge access between all of the digital modes, including D-Star. D-Star is kind of like the standout one that causes more issues than not. And then you start adding things like Hamchat Hotline and P25 and all that, and All-Star. That's computing capability to bridge the gaps. To be able to do that, you've got to be running it on a computer to be able to process that information and then convert it from one into the other and vice versa, right? So that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, Josh, I think I found it. I'm posting it in the live stream as we speak.
All right.
And that shows kind of a diagram of what it looks like, I think.
All right. Oh my God. Mother of God. All right, hold on, everybody in the chat. We'll pull up this block diagram. This is
That looks a headache.
All right, here we go.
That's a whole bunch of hardware.
Yeah, there's yeah. So he's got a D-Star Pi, so I'm guessing that's a Raspberry Pi. Skyhub router, so that's some kind of hardware thing. A Nano Node for IRLRP. An All-Star Pi, so that's another Raspberry Pi. This box, I'm assuming, is it's a physical computer, literally this big box down here. So that is where you're doing, that makes sense. So P25, YSF, All-Star Link, so that's over internet. Anything that's MMDVM likely is set to basis of P25, Yaesu System Fusion, and DMR. It's probably all in that box. And then they have a separate D-Star, a separate All-Star, and then you've got the IRLP is a separate node, a nano node. Yeah, so that's like the HRCC setup. Same kind of thing, it's just he made a block diagram. But so did Dennis. So.
Yeah, he's got, it looks like 3 different MMDVM bridges inside that computer.
He has to bridge a bunch of stuff over.
Yeah. Well, but I assume those are MMDVM boards that he's got in whatever that computer is. And then he's got an Ambi board too. So that's a lot of hardware in one box.
They're talking about, really quick, unrelated to this, they're talking about J-polls in my on the Discord right now, in the text chat. My last J-poll video, the first one I did that mentioned Ed Fong, I was linking to Jason, Ham Radio 2.0, and unfortunately he's out of stock right now. There's another company, though, that has a supply of Ed Fong J-polls, and they should have them right now. It's the second J-poll video I did, where we took the N9TAX and compared it against the Ed Fong. That website, I believe, does have a supply right now of Ed Fongs. So if you want to get that, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, well, you can always order it from Ed Fong.
You can too. That's true. That's true.
He's pretty responsive. I mean, he'll let you know when it's back in stock.
No, I think you have to contact him directly, Ed Fong, if you want to order directly from him.
Yeah, and he's pretty responsive, and he'll let you know whether or not and what the expectation is of when the stuff's going to be in or not. And he had some antenna I bought from him a while back that was it was on production delay just because of the COVID, and because his students make these in his class, and so he just when he got them back in stock, he just sent me out an email. He must have had a distribution list, and said, "Hey, they're all back in stock. Let me know if you want one."
Well, I know that, like, if he comes to your club and does a club presentation, he'll allow you to do a club buy. And when you do a club buy, you get a huge discount for all the club members. And you pay one shipping price, which is back and forth to the club. And then the club will distribute the antennas when they arrive in that big box. And we did it that way. And not only does he do that, but in the club buy, at least at the time, he was also doing those. What is it? The GP or the shortwave radios that you buy, Josh. I can't remember now. The country, whatever that is.
CountyCom, GP7.
Those county. Yeah,
it's like the Girl Scout cookies of J-pole antennas, is what it is.
He sells those about $30 cheaper than CountyCom does to the club.
Oh, damn! Yeah, Ed the GP7 is fantastic. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know for a while he was running a website where you could get his antennas, but they have become more difficult to get now. But at the same time, like, literally, I'm not kidding, and my numbers, I think my numbers don't lie. I'm putting all the antennas through the same situation, and the Ed Fong continues to be the best from my point of view.
Well, I mean, it's designed by a real physicist.
So Brandon's Got Powers says, Josh, you need moonshine. Send me some. I'd happily drink some proper shine. So out here, the moonshine I get is, well, the last time I had it, was more of what we would call like Mexican moonshine, which they call white lightning. Same kind of concept though, just straight up like spirits, right? Almost clear. That's shine. Oddly enough, the same shine, at the end of the day, shine spirits, like pure alcohol, is clear, right? And so it just depends on who's making it and what they make it from. It can have a little bit of imparted flavor, but generally not that much. But anyway, if you want to get me whiskey, love bourbon, but I'm a big fan of Lagavulin. Lagavulin Scotch is one of my favorites. So there you go.
That same guy wanted to know if you smoke cigars too, Josh.
I used to. In fact, I just got rid of my humidor. I had an end table, like 1200 count humidor, and I used to smoke cigars all the time, probably to the chagrin of Leia. But once I had kids and life got busy, particularly with the Ham Radio Crash Course, I just don't have the time to sit down and even smoke like a Robusto, which was like one of my favorite cigars, just size-wise to smoke. I just don't have the time. I don't have the time to do any of that.
Izzo and Frank would be disappointed in you.
Yeah. I think Frank was
when
in
you
here
gotta
earlier,
trust
actually.
your shiner, and you gotta trust your shiner unless you want to go blind.
Dude, Scott, you're crazy. Fuente Opus X are like, they're so rare, hard to find. How often were you smoking those?
Well, I built one of the biggest websites out here in Houston for one of the largest cigar shops, so I got them quite regularly.
So Arturo Fuente was probably one of my favorites of cigars, and I had a lot of the yearlies / limited releases, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
My other ones were the Rocky Patel. I liked a lot of the Rocky Patel line.
Oh, Brian, the short story.
Is
That's
that
a
the Star Registry guy?
Hemingway line, short story. Yeah, very good. I've had Between Two Lines, BBMFers, all that stuff out of the Opus. I like the Anejos, the Sharks. Sharks specifically was my favorite. Anyway, yeah. Anything?
You ever try the acid cigars?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like anything flavored.
Yeah, I tried it. I didn't know what it was.
Padron.
And it's like somebody dipped my cigar in candy.
Yeah. The Patrons 26s and 64s, those were generally the box press. Were they 24s, 26s? I don't remember. But those were like my jam too. But anyway, there you go. That's it. There's my cigar talk. Liked it, but I just don't have the time for them anymore.
And so, how's your S-Bit X now?
Awesome. I don't set it to give it all the beans, and I get about 20 to 30 watts out at peak on single sideband, and it's been great. I've been busting pileups with that thing, oddly enough, and I get back really good signal reports. By the way, anybody who's not, you don't have to be a Patreon supporter. I appreciate that, but I release a newsletter on Patreon. And the newsletter this month was talking about the S-Bit X and my trials and tribulations on. I did have to replace the finals a couple of times. I will say that the software is a little funky for things like digital modes, but it works fantastically on single sideband. In fact, I get back really good signal reports on single sideband with it.
Yeah, there are guys that I have read that are supposedly able to use the that software, the FL Digi on it. But if they're doing that, I don't know what they're setting their sound card to, because it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I've tried. I can't get like Riddy and Olivia and all that stuff to run under FL Digi.
Yeah, so it turns out that what they're doing, and I found this out from trolling the Google, not the Google, the groups.io, they're using network control. So they're basically doing loopback to hand off radio control. So for the app, the S-Bit X app, they're using FL Digi as a straight audio pass-through. They're not using that for cat control or anything like that. That's where they're getting the decode capability. So when you see like a decode on the SBitX screen in the app, they're using FL Digi for a lot of that. But if you wanted to, you could have the SBitX software running, close it, not end it, but minimize it, and then you can run something like WSJTX, but you have to use their over-the-network cat control thing. When you did that, it works. That works.
Okay. I still don't see how that solves the sound card problem, but I'll read and see what they're doing.
You still have to pick the appropriate sound adapter. That's true.
Yeah, I could. That's the part that I'm stuck on. The cat control and all that. In fact, I don't even see why it needs cat control specifically, because I use even on the Flex when I was doing SBitX, I wasn't even trying to control the radio. I would hand tune the radio, but
yeah,
having the right sound card is key, because it's got to be able to hear or send and receive basically the sound.
Mm-hmm.
On that note, I have a question.
Go ahead. Question. Also, yes, I did smoke tobacco pipes too. I have big opinions on that, but we don't have to go down that road. Max Power. That was a comment reply for you. Go ahead. Question.
I'm actually looking into pipe tobacco as well. Anyway, the ham radio related question is I'm going out to Pacific Beach here in a couple of weeks with a couple of the ham radio adventure guys. And one of my personal objectives is to get on digital modes. I've never done digital before. I just got an 891 used off of QR or QTH classifieds. It came with the cable to hook to an LDG tuner. I think it will work for digital modes if you want to hook it into a sound card. I was trying to avoid a DigiReg if I could, because my ham radio budget is kind of tapped.
Oh, no.
Well, because my ham radio budget's tapped. Can I get away with doing like one of the $15 sound cards off of Amazon, or would it just be worth the money to spend the money and go with a DigiReg versus trying to deal with a cheap sound card off of Amazon?
Okay, so this is purely going to be a how much is your time worth answer. Yes, you can make the off eBay wire USB sound card thing work, no question. Part of your problem is you still need the cat control capability as well. I'll be honest, the DigiRig has made life a lot easier for a lot of this. So if you ask me how much my time is worth, I'd be like, it's worth a DigiRig. That's what I would say, and I would go that route personally.
Okay, so that kind of answered my question. So the 891's weird in that I've gathered that the cat control is handled by the USB, but the audio interface is actually handled by the sound card. So if that is the case, the two inputs I see on the DigiRig is audio and serial. Do I need both of those if cat control is handled over USB, or can I get away with one of the cheap sound cards that you can get off eBay for like $50?
I literally just answered that. I feel like I just repeated myself. Yeah, no, you're right. Yes, you can do that. But my answer to your question is I would get the DigiRig. So yes, you can go get a USB sound card like a Sigilant and plug it into your computer, and that is your sound card. And then you'd have to convert from, I think it's the 9-pin DIN connector. You'd have to convert from the 9-pin DIN connector into two audio jacks, the receive and the transmit, and plug that into the mic and speaker on the USB sound card. And then in addition, you'd also have to do the cat control over the USB. So yes, you can do that. That is what you'd have to do if you didn't go with the DigiRig.
Okay, well, sounds like my money and my time are better spent on the DigiRig, so thanks.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't. You can do it. It's just you will save money doing it with the ladder, but you still need the cable to go from the DIN connector into the split audio cables. You can adapter hell your way to the right solution, or you can just build a cable. You can do all that stuff. But if you're not equipped to do that right now, then you can just buy the DigiRig solution and just be done with it. Get on with it.
Comment?
Go ahead, comment.
On the DigiRig, does it cut on a radio? You obviously you pull the audio from the DIN plug, and you use a USB to the DigiRig, and then have one cable coming at the other side of the DigiRig into the computer. Yeah.
Yes. Or eventually.
Because if you did it the other way, which is the cheap way, you have two USB cables effectively going into your computer rather than just one.
Hypothetically, it's three cables. It's a speaker cable, a mic cable, and then the USB cable, and then they connect to the USB sound card.
Yeah. So if you haven't got if you're using a separate USB sound card, that means you'd need a USB for that, and then you'd need a USB for the cat control of your radio.
You got it, Mike. Yep. The way we used to do it before there were things like this.
With the DigiLink. The only problem I have with DigiLink is I can only get, unless he sends them me directly, Martin Lynch is dealing with them here, and he's added a 50% markup on it.
So the one thing I didn't include in the video that we did today is I do have a DigiRig cable set coming for the TX500. The thing that's good about DigiRig, and I appreciate that I'm kind of in the minority here, I have a ton of radios that hypothetically could all work with the DigiRig. I just need to have the right cable set to interface the little cube. So the cool thing about the DigiRig is you buy like one or two of those cubes, and by the way, they are programmed differently depending on the radio you get. And then you just need the right cable set. Once you have the cable set, that's it. It's pretty easy. Don, did you have a comment? Was that what you were going to say? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, sorry.
Oh, the way you said sounded like comment. But was there somebody in there else that had a comment or anything they wanted to add? Go for it.
With the 891, as I just learned a couple days ago, since it has that USB cat control, it doesn't interface. I mean, I guess there's a cable for it, but it doesn't interface with the DigiRig. So no matter what solution you come up with, you usually have the two cables either way.
What now? Say that again.
The DigiRig for Yaesu has the two DIN connectors is what it usually uses, but the way the FT891 is set up, because I think that's what we were talking about, right?
Right.
Yeah. It has the USB cat control already in it, and then you have the 8-pin DIN for the audio, and you, to my knowledge, can't just hook up the that cat control from the 891 to the DigiRig. So the comment about, you'd save a USB port, I don't think is technically true for the 891 specifically.
All right. So
and I'm trying to interface this into a Microsoft Surface, so I actually have to get a USB hub, just in general, because I only have one USB port if I'm going without the added on dock. So I'm gonna have to get a dock to get the DigiRig and to get the cat control. So I'm gonna have to use two USBs to make this work. I was just wondering if I can go with a $15 Amazon USB sound card, or if I needed to spend the $50 and make life easier on a DigiRig.
So good question. Go to the DigiRig site and figure out if it'll do all the things. It might not. Since you're on a Surface, that also makes things a little bit difficult because you have one port hypothetically. I will note that if you want to remove all ambiguity and make sure you get like a working Yaesu device for digital control, that is the SCU-17. It's like very expensive. I think it's over $100. But this thing,
yeah, I don't want to do that.
This like solves every freaking problem you can have with a Yaesu. That's the output. It's a USB B. It'll take RS-232. It'll take a 3.5. It'll take the DIN. It'll take audio in and out. This literally will do anything that a Yaesu has, and it's not that big. It's like a little bit bigger than a pack of cards. And then you also get discrete volume control. with the rotary encoders there. This is actually a pretty nice unit as far as Yaesus are concerned, but definitely not cheap. They're not giving these things away. But yeah, there you go.
No, last I checked, it was like $120.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's my thoughts on that. I'm gonna take a minute here and run to the restroom. So you guys keep talking. I'll be right back.
So, how about the ham radios, guys?
How about them ham radios? Yeah, go ahead, guys. Take over here.
I dropped a link in the chat that talks specifically about doing what you're asking to do, which is to use a cheap sound card and connect it to the 891, and then connect the cat control up through USB. So yeah, it's doable. I don't know how much time you want to waste on it, and this is a Reddit link, so your mileage may vary, kind of thing.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing the link, Don.
What, Mike?
That's with that 19 thing.
Yeah, you're all robot to me. I don't know if other people are hearing it.
I'm having trouble.
All I got out of that was trouble.
I'm hearing about every third syllable.
I'm having next trouble, so it seems to be routing my audio through Australia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not doing a very good job, Mike.
I've asked one of the one of the admins, and they then routed him through Australia as well.
So Don, I thought you were going to be in Belton this weekend.
No, I did stuff that was painful today, so and so I didn't make it out there. I did recover 3/4 of a closet, so that was good, but it was not easy. And but the only reason I was going out to Belton, Scott, was to try and find a Apache Labs on, and I'm kind of going, do I really need another radio?
Why Apache Labs?
Yeah, I think I'm
Apache Labs?
Because they're the best damn SDR out there, period.
Really?
Yes. I have not, Josh, I mean, I have not heard noise reduction like you get on Apache Labs. And believe me, you probably know I need it. I can't get rid of noise in my environment, but the NR2 is just it's so good. I just have not heard anything that can do noise reduction like that. I mean, I've got all these other SDRs, you know that, right? And the noise reduction, and I'm talking about, I got a Hermes Lite that's doing it, but on a regular Anand, there's additional filtering on the board.
Yeah. So how does all this play into your loop on the ground? Are you still using that as your receive antenna, or?
Yeah, but there's still noise there because on the loop on the ground, you are running preamps to get the to boost it.
Oh, okay.
And so there's some noise that still gets through. The loop on the ground's not perfect. What it does is it drops your actual receive strength, but and it receives the signal that's coming in better. So your signal to noise is better, but the noise is still there.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And the other thing is too that most of the time when I'm using noise reduction, it's because the signal is like right just at the noise, like it's just barely popping over the noise. Like, unfortunately, a lot of people that are running POTA because they're running antennas that are just not, that efficient. They're just barely breaking. They're like a normal person, a 5.6 would be fine. But for me, a 5.6 is like I can barely understand you.
Right.
But if I kick in the noise reduction on the uh, the the Hermes, it's like I can hear you perfectly. If I do it on the Sun, there are 2 or 3 different adjustments I can make. I have an audio peak filter, and there's another filter that's on there that's an audio filter. So those 2 or 3 filters, you can kind of get it up and listen to it. Oddly enough, the 101 and the 101D, it's really weird how quiet that damn radio is. Like, it just, I don't seem to even need, in some cases, the noise reduction, but those low signals, they don't come in either. So I'm not sure that that's really the radio. It may be reducing the noise so much just on regular receive that I'm not even hearing those signals. But on the Hermes, I can hear them. I can see them on the waterfall, and I can actually pull them out.
Okay.
So
I got to interrupt you for a second, Don. All right, Ken.
No, I'm done.
Ken, you sent the Hershey Porter, right? Okay, this was a huge thing on the podcast. The box got like kicked in, and so if you put a card or anything like that, all of that got like taken out, but all the beers were there. And I forgot who it was that sent it to me. So Ken, if you sent those, they were fantastic. My wife and I love them. We talked about it on the podcast. Thank you so much for sending them. We were talking about how Yingling Porter, by the way, they're a great porter dark beer for somebody that is like interested in getting into darker beers, like to try out what they taste like. That Hershey's Porter is actually a really good starting position. So yes, thank you. Seriously, I don't know what happened, but there was no card or anything like that. Thank you so much for sending them. It really meant a lot. So right on.
God, I wish I could get you a bottle of Old Peculiar.
Oh, Mike, I didn't get most of that.
Yeah, sorry, Australia. I wish I could get you a bottle of Old Peculiar. It's a porter may make over here.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'd be down. But, geez, you'd probably have to pay the price of a liver to get it shipped over here. But thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so Ken, all right, if that was you, thank you so much, man. Send me a message on Discord or go check out the podcast for some background on it. But yeah, that was a whole discussion because I knew that someone was sending them, but then anything in that box got all completely destroyed, like literally kicked in. So yeah. All right. Hopefully we got most of the questions answered. So let's see. Did anybody any other questions? Anything anybody want to ask? Want to make sure we get everybody in there. It doesn't matter what it is, ham radio related or otherwise. Let's go. We want to hear from you.
What is that?
I do have a basic question that I haven't fully looked into yet. Looking into counterpoises and radials and all that kind of stuff, trying to get it sorted out in my head. When I see an antenna claiming that no radials are required, what are they actually telling me?
Dipoles don't require radials, so that's
right.
You mean a vertical? You mean?
Do you have an example of what you mean by that?
Yeah, probably. No, it just popped into my head. I got to get back to it, but maybe verticals. I think it's always verticals.
Yeah,
and might have something to do with mobiles. I'm sorry, it's a half-baked question because I'm still looking into it.
Yeah, and you're just curious about what it is. So the reality is that there are a lot of antennas that don't require any kind of counterpoise or radial system or anything like that. Don already mentioned one, the dipole. A resonant vertical is not going to require I take that back. A resonant vertical quarter wave vertical will have a radial system underneath it. Any antenna that advertises like end-fed capability without having radials, then what it's likely doing is using the the shield on your coax as the return, as the radial.
I got an example.
Go ahead. Example.
The Comet CHA 250B. That's the perfect candidate here. I think he's talking about a vertical with a huge resistor at the bottom.
Right.
It totally advertised 80 through 10 for $300, and the SWR all looks great, but on paper it looks great, but it's a huge power suck. Anyway,
right.
yeah, CHA 250B. Anyway, there's an example.
Yes.
Well, that's not. He also mentioned mobile, so that's a different answer. But I'll let Josh cover it.
Well, the mobiles I find they generally don't say no radials required. They just say like it's got to be bonded to the vehicle. It's got to have a ground plane.
Mm-hmm.
So the Comet's a good
Right.
example. That's an end fed. It's just a vertically aligned end fed antenna, right? So what does that mean? It means your feed line is literally the other side of the antenna. That's regardless of whatever capacitive capability there is in the antenna. That's getting soaked up in the whatever that box is in heat, in the form of heat. Then the rest of it is going to be on the radial that is your coax line, the shield of your coax line.
Yeah,
I got you.
I have heard
mobile. It was something else.
Yeah, I have heard people comment that if you're putting a vertical on your car, you don't need a radial field, and the answer you gave is exactly why.
Right.
But I've heard people express it that way, so I wasn't sure if that's where he was coming from.
Yeah, and you're right, Don. I've heard that from people too. The reality of and the mobile is for me it's such an easy example to explain a ground plane or explain what a radial is. So if you look at coax, it's a shield that wraps around the outside of the cable, and then a center pin, and that center pin is isolated from the shield. Well, in a mobile installation, your vertical antenna it's just an extension of the center pin. It's just shooting up into the air. It is the center pin of your coax. The shield is the car. That's the shield. The shield connection is an electrical connection to your car. And the better you can make your car all one thing, meaning you use flat braided strap to connect doors to the chassis and hood to the chassis and trunk to the chassis and all that stuff. If you can make it electrically one thing, the antenna is going to perform better. Anything that's like this floating electrical thing, that's the door, if it's not connected, it's just going to create interference because it's this weird conductive body that you've got connected very closely to the antenna. It's going to cause interference, create noise potentially, or be a factor of noise. So that's mobile radios and mobile antennas are often the best way to describe antenna systems because it's like, yeah, no, it's literally an insulated body floating on rubber tires, right? So you can make all kinds of distinctions and commentary on it.
That's great. I'd never heard that the antenna is an extension of the center pin. That's fantastic lead. Thanks very much.
I mean, if you get right down to it, I mean that's kind of what it is, right? Even at a dipole, one of the legs of the dipole is just an extension of the center pin, and the other leg is the shield of the center pin. That's it. That's it. It's a positive and negative. It becomes a purely resistive load at resonance, and that's it. It's a tuned circuit.
And that's great. And that's why ladder line is better than coax.
Right, because it's balanced, right? Balanced
lead
exactly. is always fantastic. It's very resistant to losses. The downside of balanced lead is that it gets totally messed up if you put something that's metal next to it. Like anything that's metal is going to cause it to freak out and mess up the whole show. Because it's literally continuing this field, this RF field all the way down. It's just balanced. It's canceling each other out as it's going down the ladder line. It's all a harmonious thing that goes down the ladder line. But once you put a piece of roof flashing right next to it, it blows the whole thing out of the water. That's it.
It doesn't even have to be that bad.
It happened yesterday. My house antenna fell down, and the ladder line dropped onto the floor where another aerial was lying. And I thought, why isn't this radio working? Looked outside and it's all on the deck.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a doublet that I had pushed out into the yard, and it was working perfectly.
Yeah.
And then I moved it over to the side yard, which meant that it ran across the cedar wood. But unfortunately, I now have a metal garage door, and that I could not get it around that metal garage door. It was not touching it.
Mm-hmm.
It was just within about about 3 feet of it. That's as far as away as I could get it, and it just would not tune. So you have to. It's really odd how little metal it takes to screw up ladder line.
The fields aren't contained.
Hey, quick question.
Go ahead, question.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so I was wondering, some people run the end-fed half waves at their radio, so very little to no coax. Other people have large portions of coax. Some manufacturers are saying use a counterpoise, some aren't. So if it is the coax is the other half of the system, should there be a certain length of coax we're running? I'm guessing it might depend on also which band you're on, but say you're going, 20 through 40 or 17 through 40.
Is Adam still here?
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends on power output.
So it depends on how you deploy your antenna.
No,
Try and set it up how you deploy it, with or without coax.
So I had an interesting thing where I built the Cricket 40, and that thing, I can't use it. It's so bad static. The only time it's been almost okay is if I hold it up to my patio chair while I'm out there and kind of ground the not center pin but the shield connection of the BNC connector.
Right.
However, same antenna and everything on my Pintech, TR35, no static at all, and so it seems like maybe that one does need a ground or a counterpoise, but it's the same antenna, same band.
So let me go back here. So for a second, yes, the radio architecture will vary how it functions as a receiver and how resistant it is to be bothered by noise, your ambient noise floor or whatnot. But generally, the length of the coax is more a byproduct of the types of power you're using and the mode you're using. They seem to be more or less resistant to potential RFI. So, case in point, digital modes, if you're doing like WSJTX, FT8, that kind of thing, and you're trying to use Adam's antenna, and even at QRP, you could get interference directly because it's literally just using the radio box as a potential other side of the radio. I know that's not totally the case, and Adam would add some more nuance to this, I'm sure. I'm very brute force when it comes to a lot of this stuff. You can just drop a wire off the side of your KX2 or whatever radio that you have connected to Adam's antenna, or literally off the threaded line on that SMA connection as a radial, and that will help. But yeah, I mean, if you're doing CW or single sideband, it's not generally going to be a problem. It's when you're generally doing data modes that's going to be a problem.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I have maybe 20 to 25 foot of coax on there, and it's not the best. But, for these QRP or even POTAs, toting around 50 feet of coax if I don't have to would be awesome. But if it would make the system better, all the better as well.
Well, the thing that it offers you, and Adam's antenna is actually, I think Adam's antenna is specifically designed to be exactly what it is, which is connect to your radio, boom, out goes the wire, get on the air. That's its design. It's a good backup antenna. It's a primary antenna for a lot of people, particularly CW and single sideband with low powered transceivers. But even Adam would tell you that, if you start adding power up to it. In fact, I have his antenna kit for the G90, and there is, a coax connection for it. Well, okay, so what's the coax doing? It's literally part of the antenna system at that point, right? So, he's not here, so I won't speak for him, and don't take what I'm saying to be me speaking on his behalf. But, I'd be curious what he thought about that as well. But, it's definitely baked in to his antenna, is using coax at when you start getting above a certain power output.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I haven't bought his yet. Right now I have the K6ARK one, and great antenna, everything. But it would be nice, even if it's for best performance, not necessary. Use this, length of coax or something. I've heard some antennas are more picky about, the exact length of coax. But I haven't heard that about in-fed half waves. But it's interesting. You hear some people say one way or another for whether you need the counterpoise, which is super confusing for someone new.
I have seen, I think, a couple of the in-fed half waves that I've bought actually recommend like at least 25 feet of coax between you and the antenna. But those are generally 100 watt systems. Like I think the spark plug antenna is one that says that it recommends you use 25 feet of coax.
Yeah. So for people that are new, let's make sure we're setting a baseline, right, of understanding. An antenna is a positive side and a negative side, right? If you break down all antennas are based off of a dipole at the end of the day. And what is a dipole? It's literally the center pin of the coax going one way and the shield of the coax going the other way. Pretty much every antenna is based off of that. A dipole, in the traditional sense with two equidistant legs coming off, is fed in the middle. So yeah, it splits out. On an end fed, it is fed from the end. Well, that just means that the end, it's all the pin going out one way, the center pin. Well, where's the rest of the antenna? There has to be a rest of the antenna. So where is it? It's likely the coax feed. It's likely the shield of the coax, the negative side of the coax, if you will. Or a lot of the transformer boxes on end feds have a wing nut for a ground line or a radial line or a counterpoise, whatever you want to call it. Those terms are not the same. Technically, they are different, but they often get used interchangeably. If you attach a wire lead to that, well, that now starts to function as the other side of the antenna. And that's kind of what we're talking about here. If you look at a vertical antenna, a quarter wave vertical antenna, right? It's just a, vertical telescopic whip up in the air. Well, that's the pin of the coax sticking up. Where's the shield? Where's the other side of the antenna? Well, that's that radial field that you lay out, the wires that you lay out. That's the other side of the antenna. That's how all this works at the end of the day. You just have to balance it somehow.
Yeah, I guess just the confusing part is with a vertical, that it's a quarter wave, and the other half of the waves are your counterpoise or your ground plane. But with the infed, it seemed like you've got all the half wave on the other side of the toroid. So I guess maybe that's where I was thinking there didn't need to be as much going on. If you've got the full wavelength on one side of the antenna, but that makes sense though.
Right. I mean, okay. So for an end fed, that transformer is really functioning as an impedance match. Adam's earlier comment when they were talking about random wire, which we know is not random. The reason why we use a non-resonant length of wire is that if you took any of the amateur radio bands, frequency-wise, 3 megahertz, 7 megahertz, 14 megahertz, you took that broad swath of frequencies, and you took a piece of wire that was not resonant on any of those bands, and you connected it to your radio, it would not show a 50 ohm impedance, because that's what a transformer is supposed to do, is to bring the impedance down. And if you took a 9-to-1 transformer and you put it on that random line, it would take that impedance, the high impedance of that non-resonant antenna, and knock it down to something that could be close to resonance for your radio. And that's where generally with a 9-to-1 antenna transformer, you use a tuner, and the tuner sorts out the rest of it and makes the 50 ohms happy for your radio. I don't like random wires. By the way, I've found that they are the most noisy. I get the most RFI from random wires, personally. 9-to-1 ununs, or me and 9-to-1s have gone away from each other a long time ago. I like NFEDs. I like NFED half waves specifically, but not 9-to-1s. Not my jam.
For 6-to-1s, 5-to-1, sorry.
4-to-1. I'll definitely do 4-to-1, and I guess 5-to-1.
Chameleons.
Are they 5-to-1?
Chameleons is the 5-to-1. Yes, they're all 5-to-1s.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. 9-to-1s though. I don't mess with those. Anyway.
Yeah, they're expedient aerial. If you got nothing else, put that up. It works, but it's not
sure.
great.
But I mean, at the same time, you can do that with just more wire in the NFED fashion, and the NFED is a proper resonant spot on a band.
If you got the room, Josh. If you got the room to put it up.
I'm not in the UK. Yeah. Yes. 100%.
No, it wouldn't matter if I was in America. The space I have to put an aerial up, there's no way I'm fitting an NFED for 10 meters up. Never mind.
And 10 meter NFED? You can definitely do 10 meter NFED.
I can't fit one up. Literally, my garden is 15 foot long by 8 foot wide.
Cheers. Okay. All right. I gotcha. You win.
So I am not unlucky.
But well, I got an extension to that then. So center fed dipole versus end fed. I saw somewhere that there was an offset, but not end and not center. So it was an offset fed. Yeah. That doesn't seem to be very popular?
What is that? Carolina Windom off center fed dipole. By the way, I believe one of Adam's primary antennas in his home is an off center fed dipole. So if you go back to the concept of resonance and harmonics of different lengths of wire, an off-center fed dipole is cut to where one side or the other is always going to be the resonant side of the antenna. So hypothetically, you get multiple bands of resonance off of an off-center fed dipole on your radio. It presents an acceptable impedance close to 50 ohms. Good enough that you can transmit on it, and you can tune up with the internal tuner on your radio just to make it happy. But yeah, no, off center fed, OCF Windom was the other one, 80 meters. A lot of people have those antennas, and they work okay. Not the most efficient, but they work okay. They will.
But what about the half square?
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, and I mean, if you really wanna show off, full loop, full wave loop antenna, right? That's the best you can do is rock out with a full wave loop antenna at your home and really show off. But is that for most mere mortals? Probably not. Like most people are not going to be able to put that up.
So the best antenna that you can run is not a step IR at 150 feet?
Well, it's the best. Well, at 150 feet, yeah, sure. But oddly enough, ask Josh, like, what antenna would he like to have? A full wave loop antenna out in the middle of nowhere, get it up as high as possible with a bunch of trees. I would absolutely love that, and I would,
rhombic.
Yeah, or a rhombic or something like that. Rock out with your loop. There you go. There's a shirt. There's a merch idea right there. But with the step IR, I live in a postage stamp of a lot, and I've got that mounted on my roof, and I can just tell it to do whatever bands I want it to do. And on the high bands, 20 and higher, it's absolutely fantastic. So not the best height, not the best situation, but it works just fine. There was a question earlier, Covain. Did you want to go into greater detail on your question? He said, can I ask you a question of... Can I ask y'all the solar question I asked the Coffee and Ham Radio crew? I'm interested to get your input. So I don't know. You can ask, and we'll try. Coffee and Ham Radio got asked a question about something to do with solar. Solar
Yeah,
cycle?
they had a solar expert on today.
Okay.
It wasn't like Ape and those guys. There was a guy on there that's got a YouTube channel. He's also a ham, and I kind of remember what Covain asked, but I'm not gonna. I'm gonna let him ask it because I don't remember.
Not solar cycle, solar charging.
Yeah, solar like charging and charge controllers, etc.
I just set up a small grid solar system with an inverter, and as soon as I plug in my extension cord, I get a ton of RFI. I can unplug the cord and it goes away. I'm assuming the sentence that comes after that is, what gives? All right, so here's the first order of magnitude is determine what kind of signal you're picking up. Okay? Is it coming in over your power or is it coming in over your antenna? So what I would do is leave everything where it's at, right, as it sits. The only thing I would change is that I would feed your radio off of a battery while the solar is plugged and is running, right, charging something, powering something. See if the RFI disappears. If it disappears, then that means your RFI problem is coming in over your power cord that your radio is connected to. Your AC-DC line, if you will, depending on at some point, right? And so that just means you probably need to either ground the devices so they're all at the same ground potential, or you need to add toroids. If you put it on a battery and you're still seeing the noise, that means that something in your solar system is generating that radio frequency interference, and it's getting picked up by your antenna. When that is happening, there's very little you can do on your radio to mitigate that, and you're literally going to have to fix that at whatever's generating the RFI, which is likely the solar system.
Who's got the hiccups in their microphone?
Yeah, somebody's got a hot mic.
I'm seeing multicast, but I don't know if that's him.
No, it might be me. My mic goes hot sometimes. Let me check it.
Yep.
Yep, it was me. I'm good.
Well, I hope you feel better with your hiccups.
Hey, hiccups.
Just had a few tonight, so carry on, folks.
Yeah.
Well, Covain, there you go.
I think, Ted has a pretty good take on it too, and saying that the inverter might be the issue because
right, but you have
it's odd. It's odd when he says he unplugs it. He's unplugging it from what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly why I made that comment. You have to do the work to separate the two, right? So the reason why we're running off of a battery is so that we can say it is not the power source, right? If we're running off a battery, then we've removed the solar from the DC charge line into the radio, and then we're literally just seeing it on the antenna. Okay, then that means something in that solar system is generating an RFI field that your antenna is picking up.
Yeah, but you could easily unplug the solar from it and leave the battery connected to the inverter.
Well, it could be in the inverter.
It could be the inverter, and if you do that, then you could still get the noise just from the inverter. So yeah, I mean, there's several steps you can take to debug that, I think.
Oh, excuse me. I'm going to mute for a second so I can blow my nose. The Discord people are going to hear me blow my nose, but not the stream.
Well, okay, you're plugging the cord into the inverter, and when you plug the cord into the inverter becomes active, right? Before that, without the plug or without the cable plugged into the inverter, then the inverter is doing nothing, right? That's what you got to answer, Covain.
Right. So, okay. Again, like, yeah. Okay, here's the problem with this is a highly technical hobby we're in. Everything is, very, very technical. So he's trying to clarify, but the problem is that he doesn't tell us what the cord is. This isn't to run to my radio. Okay, the solar system is not powering the radio. I'm not getting any RFI as everything sits. I don't know what that means. I don't know it as everything sits now, but as soon as I plug the cord, which cord? To what? What does it do? What does the cord do? Into the inverter, I get really bad RFI. I don't know what any of that. I don't know what I know you're trying to clarify, but you got to tell us what you mean. So okay, you're not powering your radio. What are you powering? What is the cord to? Like, is it the thing you're powering is creating the RFI? Is it the your inverter? I'm guessing it's your inverter, by the way. But so far, I'm not at the point where Coffee and Ham Radio wouldn't have been able to answer this. Nothing that has come out so far is like that difficult yet. So I'm hoping to hear for what the hook is of mystery. But they would have all told you the same thing. It's likely your charge controller or your inverter. I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I remember. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if he was any less confused than, because it was about as clear as it is now. It's easier to ask him all these questions.
Yeah, and I apologize. Like, typing this all out in text is always a pain. That's part of the reason why we use voice. Is the voice chat exists for a reason. It makes asking these questions a lot easier for folks.
Mm-hmm.
Too many side questions. Let's get the simple stuff out of the way first. Ken, I appreciate where you're going, but let's figure out the first things first. Yeah, Lars, you're right.
Yeah.
Both charge controllers and inverters produce RF. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ken, I get it. More load equals more RFI. Yep. Well, with that said, let's get a side comment in here. New technician, dual band antenna, PL259 connectors. General exam says PL259 best used for up to 150 megahertz. Should I replace with N or SMA for 70 centimeters? That is a fantastic question. So hypothetically, based off of the exam test, yeah, N connector, good connector. It really comes down to the feed line, though, to be honest. The feed line that you're running is more important for feed line loss than your antenna connector is causing. So you could put an N connector on a really bad piece of RG8 coax and be like, well, I changed the connector, but you'd still have a ton of losses due to it being not high quality coax. So it depends on what you mean by that. Really, it's going to come down to the feed line more than anything and how far away your antenna is from your radio. I'd focus more on that first and then worry about the connectors, personally. Anybody on the Discord with a question or anything? Oh, go ahead, Don. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, if you've got an antenna or something that you're connecting to that's already got PL259s, then I would not go through all the hassle of replacing it with an N on that same antenna.
Probably not.
It's just not.
Yeah,
No.
I would probably try and get better coax generally. That would be my that would be my solution to most of the problems. Is let's just get some better coax.
The other way around. My coax has got connectors, and one of my areas got PL259. So
Yeah,
an adapter.
The UK just like is in connector crazy on some of their not crazy, not that that's a bad thing, but
no,
all
it's not
your
bad.
Yeah, all your UHF, VHF has.
The military only use end connectors.
Well, a lot of the radios do.
All the old VHF stuff used to use a combination of BNC and N. So depending, I mean, nowadays a lot of F connectors, isn't it? Or now.
So between PL259 and BNC, is there really that much of a difference between those two connectors? And if not, then why don't we always use BNC?
It's power. It's you guys with the 1500 watts. And a BNC only runs up to 400 watts.
What's the limiting factor on it?
Size of the center pin, I think.
Then just make a bigger BNC with a bigger pin.
Well, that's what an end connector is.
No, because it's screw-on.
There is a non-screw-on end connector. It's called a TNC.
Carry them in. Go ahead.
It's a BNC with a screw-on. I think that the bayonet fitting is one of the other issues. Plus the fact it's hard to waterproof a bayonet. So
yeah, the waterproofing I get, but the other part of it, I was like, okay, well, why? But anyway, just something I was curious about.
Yeah, because as we all know, SO239s don't work above 300 megs. And they're not too great above. Oh, wait, mate.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. My wife just got home. She's like, can you bring Edison in? He fell asleep, but apparently he woke up and he's carrying himself in right now. So, okay. I'm on borrowed time here, guys, so let's get those questions in. If you got them. Go ahead. Sorry, Mike, for interrupting.
No, you carry on, mate.
No, we're done.
I'm good. No, that was it. He's good. So I didn't hear back from Covain.
No, he hadn't posted anymore.
I wanted to try and help you out there, bud, but I haven't heard from you, so.
I was going to ask you, what's that movie you're always telling everybody to go watch?
Which one?
Yeah, that's well. You were real wanting us to listen to something.
Everything,
last week,
everywhere, all at once.
Oh, okay, that's it.
I watched that last week. It's hilariously, amazingly weird.
It's so good, though, right?
Oh, it broke my brain, and then I tried to work out, and then it was great.
It was great. So it is like it's not the same thing as the Matrix, but it kind of gives you these weird Matrixy feels. It's really good, Don. I believe you will really like it. It's not. It is pushing no political agenda. It is just straight up a good flick. It is really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there. I couldn't remember it, and I heard for some reason something with lion in it, and I don't know where I got that.
Yeah, you just got to try and get past the weird Chinese bit at the front that doesn't make any sense to English people.
Well, yeah, okay, so that is true. Yeah, somebody asked a question about FT8. So we're definitely FT8 people here. So if you got an FT8 question, drop it or hop into the chat and let's talk about it.
I really dig Jamie Lee Curtis's role in that.
She was fantastic. But by the way, her whole
that was one of my favorite parts.
She's not wearing a bodysuit. That's just her being James. She's like, this is me. I'm just doing it. It's a fantastic character arc. Fantastic. The whole thing is great.
Yeah. I went into that movie totally blind. It was recommended to me, and when she showed up, I was amazed.
Yeah, me too.
And, I forgot. Where are y'all finding that thing?
Amazon.
Really? On Amazon?
It's on Amazon Prime at the moment, or at least in the UK.
I bought it when it came out. I just bought it, but it's really good.
Okay.
All right. Hey, this is Eric. I got the FT8 question.
Yeah, go for it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when I do POTA ops, I get a lot of people that blind call me, both for voice and FT8. Is there a way that I can set people to ignore on FT8? Because every time I call CQ, it'll auto answer, but they can't hear me.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that is weird. Why are they answering you?
They're just blind calling them, is what he's saying. They're just trying to see if he can hear, but they just keep calling.
Oh, okay.
I think
that's weird.
And try to call people that are they're being replied
to.
Yeah, how do you block somebody? Is there a block feature on FT8 where you can list a call sign to ignore?
I don't think so.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's I got quite a few people that do it. Even to the point where I had a macro when I was doing a voice that would auto give someone back their signal report, knowing that they couldn't hear me.
But why are they doing this to you? Why?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Hawaii, so a lot of people are trying to get it for work. To the state.
There you go.
Yeah, there's your issue.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of us want Hawaii, but yeah, I have not heard of Hawaii POTA. And
Yeah,
yeah,
I've got about 1,500 contacts doing activations.
Nice.
But there's thousands of people that want to get Hawaii. So
oh yeah,
I had a pile up last week doing voice from the beach. Even breaking it down by call sign numbers, there was still 30, 40 people per number.
wow. And yeah, the thing is, when somebody, like, even on the YouTube here, if you go to spots and schedules, if somebody has heard somebody on Hawaii POTA, they will announce it, and then a lot of people try. But
Yeah. Okay, I get
where
it
I
now.
see it most is where I see it most is those guys that are posting on the DX, the DX spots, because
let me dive in. You're actively making contact, so what does it matter who's calling you? If it's the same people over and over again, whatever. Like you're going to get the people that are real contacts. You can double click them and switch over, right?
Yeah, it's just annoying that once I get through a bunch of people, if there's no one actively contacting me, if I call CQ, it will automatically respond to them instead of calling CQ again if I don't have anyone else.
Hey, could I recommend something? A course of action? I will try and look this up right now. I haven't pulled up the website. But can you write down their call sign, and then, like, when you get home, can you email them and say, hey, stop doing this. You're not helping anyone. Can you please email them so that they correct their behavior? Because this is not the right behavior to do.
Oh, what about? I hate to suggest this, but what about running Fox and Hound? Then you're totally in control.
That's not a bad idea. I don't know how easy that is to tell people to do that on POTA and SOTA, though. You'd have to make your spot F and H or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Fox and Hound is what the DXpeditions do, because they get a lot of people trying to get them, and there's a lot of people that call that they can't hear. And so what Fox and Hound does is they're the fox and everybody else is the hound. And when they choose a station to reply to, they'll go and look and see who it is, pick them out, pull them over, and then they'll make the contact. And so they're only working 2 or 3 at a time. You can actually, in Fox and Hound, you can work multiple people at once.
So this is not the most nuanced solution to the problem, but it actually does exist. Is you just tick the box or untick the box for first call.
Yeah, it's
so then you're literally have to respond to anyone that's calling you instead of just auto replying.
Right, and then you're totally, again, same thing. You're totally in control of who you're going to talk to. The problem with that is that you'll get those people that are coming in to you trying to get you. You'll see them, you'll click on them, and you spend 10 minutes or several iterations trying to get them back, and they never respond again. So or they keep just hitting you up over and over in the same place. And then at that point you can stop and go on to somebody else, and they will continue. They're going to continue to show up on your
because they don't care
waterfall.
They don't know you can't hear them. They're just going to be like, I just want Hawaii. Let's go.
Yeah.
And the thing that I've been doing that works the most, but it's still annoying, is I'll switch from evens and go to odds, or go from odds to evens. So I transmit when they're transmitting, but they eventually figure that out.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay.
The program actually will do that too.
Yeah, because they can look at who's responding to me, and then they'll see that, oh, hey, someone else switched, so then they'll switch too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fox and Hound is probably the better way to do it, but it's like there's a whole lot of stuff to that too. But it may be that all of Hawaii is going to have to start doing that.
I think
because everybody wants. Well, I've got everything, all 50 states except Hawaii.
I mean, you're sitting there making these contacts, so you might as well just turn off first reply. Don't bother replying to them, and just keep calling CQ until you can actually make contacts with the people that actually can respond. I would just do that. You're there, right?
Okay.
You're activating.
Yeah, it's just a little annoying that having to constantly work around the same couple of people that do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I get people like that when I live stream that just, they keep hitting, and you go like, hey, if you can't hear me, stop trying to call me. Stop. It's not my fault that you have a bad antenna. It's your fault.
Yeah, I've been guilty a couple of times because I can see you, Josh, on Discord or on Twitch or whatever, and I'll send out try to reply to you just to see if it shows up on your waterfall. Well, I know, okay, if it doesn't show up on your waterfall, just stop, because there's nothing either one of us can do to make contact.
Actually, Don,
fortunately, it doesn't happen very often.
Don, your example is a really good one. It is entirely possible that you have a very good antenna for receive and transmit, but you have a high noise floor, and so I may not be, hitting your noise floor, and so yeah, your receive antenna and transmit's still really good, and your transmit capability is getting out way further than your actual ears can hear because your noise floor is so high. That is one of the reasons why I always tell people we really need to work to reduce our noise floors. That's the best thing we can do is try and keep the noise down. And I know it's hard. It's the never-ending battle. It's only going to get worse with us hams, with technology the way it is. But it is one of the most important things we can do. Truly, I believe that is it.
Yeah. Somebody, and I don't remember what stream it was on, but somebody was streaming the other day, and they literally said, well, one of these days SSB is going to go away.
Yes.
I doubt that's ever going to happen.
No. Who said that? It was a really interesting rabbit hole that I dove into because of that. And I had multiple people talking to me about that. It is entirely possible. Like when I started thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, we might end up going down the road of more digital modes over HF. It is entirely possible to simply mitigate the RF noise that we deal with.
Yeah, I stop talking on the telephone. That's exactly what's happened.
Right.
Yeah, I did that on FT8 for about a year and a half, and I was almost always on FT8, and I got tired of it. And so that's why I've got literally I spent money to try to get around it, and that's why I'm running a Sun and a water, and it's the reason that the Flex is sitting behind me now disconnected, because it just I found something that would work a little bit in the noise floor I have. But me solving my noise problem is not going to happen as long as I'm living here. The only way I'm going to solve it, and by the way, I took the first steps today, is find some land out somewhere outside of this city.
Oh, good for you, John. Uh-oh, Chloe's out.
Yeah.
The alternative to solving the noise problem is just to do POTA. That's what got me into it, the HOA and the noise.
Yeah, and I've been doing POTA quite often. I did it for a lot of times, but Texas, it's really difficult to get from. I say it's difficult. It's a long drive now from any park other than the one that I activate all the time. And the park that I activate all the time is this little dinky thing in the middle of the city. Now it's quiet, but there's nothing there to really see, and there's no like good trees and all this. So I end up going out there, driving the van, and sitting in the van all day, and that is freaking boring. And I want something else. So for me to get to one of the other parks, it's a 3-hour drive at least.
It's so beautiful. Like I hate. This is one of those, like, explain what privilege is to people. explain. People say like, "Oh, what's white privilege or whatever." I'll give you an example of RF privilege. I don't have the best RF noise floor or anything like that, but I can wake up in the morning and get myself a bit of coffee, make myself some coffee, nice little pour over coffee, and I go into my shack, a couple of feet, 20s of feet from where I sleep. Turn my radio on, and I can make contacts with a 100-watt transceiver with a good antenna. I can generally talk to whomever I hear. Like that is ham radio privilege if you think about it, right? Like that is, and it's not something that I work to make it happen in my home front, but that's also a byproduct of where I live and the noise and all that stuff. Like that's an example of what Don's talking about. And so a lot of people have to go portable because they have no other option. They can't do ham radio from their home. And that sucks.
Yeah.
Like that
First world
sucks.
problems.
The convenience of just the radio becomes much more proactive in your life if it isn't this big event. And that big event could be the way that like you decompress and enjoy your weekend and all that stuff. And so for you it's probably great. There's no question. But for a lot of people, like the way to make ham radio just like a thing that's a part of your life is that it's just something that anytime you can just walk into the shack, like right here behind me, turn it on, and boom, there's radio. There it is. I can talk to people if I want to, or I can just listen, right? And that's hard. It's hard to get away from that. That's a huge value point of ham radio, is just having it there and be usable immediately.
Yeah, that's. I have to say, I mean, one of the really great things that we all do every week is, the HRCC net, and I feel so privileged because I can sit there and blow everybody's doors off.
Yeah, because you're a lot closer than a lot of people. For me, the HRCC net is really hard because 40 meters is so noisy out here.
Yeah, we've talked about, though, it's not just you, though. We've talked about we need somebody, say in Utah or something like that, with a big amplifier or something that can bring in the West Coast stations, because Evan can't hear them, Steven can't hear them, and I've got too high a noise floor. I'm probably closer than a lot of people are. And then a lot of the other big stations we have are in Wisconsin, etc., and they don't really hear the 100-watt stations that are trying to get into the net. And you feel kind of bad every week, like somebody's trying to get in from a W6 call, and okay, they're just not. We're not going to be able to hear them unless we get really lucky.
Well, if you guys would stop being addicted to 40 meters, particularly as we get closer to 2025, 20 meters, I'll be killing it on you guys. I could be the West Coast person. Come here, dog.
Literally, the 20 meters, even right now, the band is too long. And so, like, if I get on 20, I can't hear Evan because he's going over me. And Evan can't hear me because I'm going over him. Rob in the UK would probably have a better chance of hearing me when I'm keying up, because the band is so darn long. So we need something that works in the United States, which 40 does really well.
That's true.
And so that's the reason we do it.
W9EY in Montana.
Using top band. So using top band, you'll work the whole of the states with a 5-foot aerial.
Nah.
Yeah. No, not. No.
You put 1,600 watts in, and you'll get 5 watts out.
That's
true, but
that's
I mean,
typical UK.
it's up and down.
Like everything's on one island mentality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Callum talks to all of these people, and we sit over here, and very rarely can anybody hear Callum.
No, nobody can hear Callum.
Well, I was listening to the net last night, and other than that idiot playing all sorts of music, I was listening on an Irish web SDR. I know you lot were pretty strong, so if I didn't have a terrible noise floor here,
that's
I'd
fantastic.
probably hear you. Especially Don. I mean, I could turn the RF gain off in here, Don.
That's pretty awesome. Okay, good. It's It is literally like we will now. I'll go back because I want to amend my statement. I don't think single sideband's going away. There's a reason why single sideband exists. I don't think we can really get rid of it. I don't think that's going to happen. But I don't know if we can win the war of RFI. I hate to say that. It sounds so defeatist. But I don't know that we can continue to win the war of fighting weird electronics that show up because we're kind of on our own. As much as I gave credit to the FCC for like frequency allocation, which they're really just pushing the playbook of the ITU and other international organizations that kind of lay out, the game plan, and they run the plays. If the FCC is not willing to like engage in really policing any of this stuff, which it seems like they're not, and why are they not? Because commercial technologies generally will mitigate that by using digital modes and things that are more, interference resistant. We're not as hams. We want all the signals. We don't want to mitigate the signals. We want all the signals because the signals, even those little tiny signals, could be DX. It could be far off lands of people that we want to talk to. That's the big problem, is we're almost diametrically opposed in what our goals are, our mission statement is. So if we can't keep fighting the good RFI fight, then we're going to have a lot of trouble in the future. I've talked about this before, but I see it as being major problems. Right? And then now, yes, we're literally all of our videos are going to be, well, we all went to the city park that, is which is 1 acre of space that there's very little RFI. And, this is where we all go to play radio. And it's literally like the chess meetup where all the chess boards are in Central Park, right? But it's a bunch of ham radio guys that are all out there setting up radios and antennas. Could that be the future? Yeah, and in fact, that sounds like a lot of fun now that I think about it. But like, it's not the same as me brewing a pot of coffee and walking leisurely to my radio and getting on the air. The romanticism of that, and that sucks. Like that does stink. That's a hard reality to deal with.
Well, that depends. Going back to the podcast, are there attractive park rangers?
Well said. Yeah, if you didn't hear the last week or this week's podcast, boy howdy, we had a gentleman that went to go play radio at a park, and there was a attractive park ranger that started asking him all kinds of questions of ham radio, and gentleman buried the lead. He didn't tell us if he was like going to introduce her to ham radio or talk to her more about ham radio or set up the radio and show it to her. She was obviously, kind of hitting on her. At least that was my wife's opinion, or hitting on him. Yeah. Hams. Come on.
Hey, he was back at that same park activating today.
I'm going to say something political here, but park? Y'all forgive me.
Yeah, he was at Picacho State Park again activating today. I was trying to make contact with him, but I couldn't hear him.
Oh, maybe he went back to see if the ranger was there. Go ahead, Don.
Wait, that's exactly what my comment was going to be if I could talk to him, but I wasn't able to. Like I said, wasn't able to hear him.
Yeah, the thing I was going to say that's a little political is if they had only hired 87,000 FCC enforcers instead of 87,000 IRS agents.
I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, that the IRS people are probably making more money for the government, which I'm against. I'll be on. You can quote me. I'm against that. But wasteful spending of government. Let's put some more people in the FCC and actually police some of these assholes. And bad manufacturers that make bad products and bring them in our country.
The manufacturers and sue the crap out of them when they don't follow the rules.
Actually, Don, that sounds probably difficult to prove it, but yeah, you're probably right. Everybody should spend more time on that. Yeah.
The FCC has the lab equipment. Go ahead.
If I could get attentive park rangers
interested in ham radio when I was activating parks, rather than the weird looks as people were walking by. And I would count that as a win.
Well, we had a guy come over. We had a guy come over, and I think this has happened a couple of times with Jason anyway. When we were doing Support Your Parks, and they come over, and at that time he was going to jump on us for drinking beer in the park, which apparently is not legal. But we were he talked to us for quite a while about it. Well, I mean, it wasn't Jason actually. Frank had a whiskey bottle sitting out. Everybody else, he didn't even look at the cans. It was that damn bottle.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. Most people don't care about beers. Most people don't care about beers. It's when you start breaking out the bottles and stuff. Yeah, I can. Freaking Frank. I'm just kidding. I love him.
Yeah, he had to have his whiskey. Go ahead.
Government, if it was 80,000 new FCC enforcement officers, it would go just like all the other laws. I think it would come back on the already licensed, and there would be knocks on the door for that because of that new.
Yep.
Oh, that new form we have to fill out.
Yeah, it'd be knocks on the door all the time, I bet.
Yeah, but I mean, we've dealt with that kind of stuff for like at least in the 60s and 70s, where there was always that possibility, and because we've spent and worked so hard to get our licenses, we're pretty good. So the ones that are not, there are a few obviously that are assholes. I mean, like all of the guys on 7200, right? And the guy that was interfering with us last night. If they had people going after them, that's big time fines.
Well, okay.
Going after you because you don't have a form that's not going to cost somebody tens of thousands of dollars.
Well, so
you're missing one important point though.
Yeah, hold on.
If you have 87,000 agents, they're gonna shut down the FU guy on the WIN system, and he's single-handedly the funniest guy in ham radio.
Shut up. But by the way, that there is no one FU guy. Like many people have that recording. That's not a guy. That is many people with that recording. Okay.
I think the nobody cares guy is the best, actually.
No. Okay. So hear me out. There's a really interesting decision choice you have to make of like a freedom versus like the government kind of thing. If the FCC said, if we had 87,000 more agents, we could police all of these noise polluters, and we could drop your noise floor. Drop it. We could create this pure RF environment where the right equipment is the only thing that's transmitting on your frequencies. But we would have to inspect your station every year. Would you do it? Right? That's an interesting discussion.
Nope.
No? Okay.
If I saw results,
nope, just for the same reason why I say I disagree with almost most gun laws shall not be infringed. And which
don't get me started on guns. We're not going to go back to a month ago.
I know, right?
Everybody, every American has a Stinger missile in their garage.
That's an inalienable right, though.
What? No M60 in the garage?
That's a God-given right.
Yeah.
Not a licensing FCC thing. So.
Well, now we're getting into
that's my God-given right to talk on the radio.
Now you're going to get me all wrapped up again.
Okay. Can I change the topic really quick? Really quick.
Go ahead.
Change the topic.
It doesn't matter. It's okay.
Okay.
I won't engage this time.
Ed Fong, J-Pole, and into N9 TAX.
Mm-hmm.
Take them both, roll them up, and unroll them 100 times. Which one's going to be more durable? What do you think?
Ed Fong.
Really? Okay, that's not my
Probably
guess.
Ed.
Hang on, I've got to ask. I've got to ask here. Right?
Yeah, that.
I've got to ask. Sorry, Don.
Go ahead.
I've got to ask. One's made of 450, one's made of 300. Yeah, which one is made of the multi-core, and which one is solid?
The 450 is solid. That's the reason I would say that the 450 is going to break down
That's
quicker.
going to snap before the multi-core.
Yeah. Ed Fongs are so easy to roll up and roll out and that other one is so stiff.
So 300 ohm Edfong, that's actually braided line in there?
Yeah, I believe it is.
I didn't know that. Okay.
It's stranded.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think it is because it is so easy to roll up and unroll. And I've got 450 ohm ladder line here that looks exactly like what that guy's doing, and it's just it's so hard to get it to roll and stay into one shape. It bends, it kinks, it does a lot of other things that an Ed Fong just doesn't do.
Okay. If it's stranded line, then that changes everything. Okay. Interesting. I'm glad I asked.
Okay, Josh, where'd your co-pilot run off to with your other AirPod?
No, he brought it back. I got it.
Those are
I
like
got a question about antennas also.
All right, I'll do it. I'll do it live. So here we go. I got the Edfong. I'll strip a bit off. Let's see. Let's see what it is.
What is the best for your M60?
I'm not able to watch you, so tell me what you find there.
I will. My God, there's no wire in here at all. I'm just kidding.
It's magic.
Isn't there a place at the end where it comes together?
Yes, Don, you're right. And I'm really stripping it. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, okay. It's totally stranded. Yes, Don, I should have listened to you from the beginning. It is totally 100% stranded. I didn't cut it. I did cut into the jacket, but I didn't get to metal. Totally stranded on the Edfong. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that definitely says a lot about durability.
No, yeah, that's a really damn good point. I wish I would have mentioned that in the video. But yeah, though, looking at right down the barrel there, yeah, there's all these stranded bits. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Honestly, this is it's a fantastic antenna. It's easy to use. It's easy to roll up. It's convenient. It's not cumbersome in any way. Versus other J-poles.
And it's designed by a physicist. Yes, but it's designed by a physicist.
What do you think about the choke that the N9 Tax has? You think that's necessary?
I won't begrudge it, particularly if I was doing WinLink or anything like that. Hell yeah, I got no problem against that. I like that. Actually.
Okay, yeah, I didn't. Okay, so you think that's mostly for digital?
That's the only time that it would be the most useful to me. Is that if you go back to my video comparing just straight numbers, the N9 and the Edfong were pretty close performance-wise. It really came down to just usability and personal preference, and I went with the Edfong. That's why I bought two of them. I literally have two.
So, can I bring up something controversial?
Well, I can try. I don't have much longer on me. We're gonna head out of here in a little bit.
I bet you and I have different opinions on this. What's the most useful feature of APRS?
Messaging.
Beaconing. And in fact, smart beaconing.
Turn that crap off it, man. Okay. Sounds like packet.
So, so Don,
squawking out.
Okay. I'll take it back. So, if I'm just out there hiking and I get this and I got my radio, here's my problem with APRS, and we can get into this, but so I got my radio on me. This is the Kenwood. I got my radio on me, and it squawks out where I'm at like some amount of time. And my wife knows where I'm at, and that's where I'm at, blah blah blah. So yeah, in that case, beaconing is the most important thing. That my wife knows where I'm at, and people know where I'm at, and I'm safe. Good. So yes, I agree with you in that sense. But it is also extremely effective at messaging and the gateway connections that a lot of stuff we can do.
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, but if it was really meant that way, then why the hell don't they give me a better way of inputting the message?
So that's
all
the
of the ways
radio
they input the
manufacturer's
beacons.
fault. That's the radio
Right. I
manufacturer's fault.
agree with you. But it seems like that they're putting beaconing over messaging. And that's why I asked the question, because I was thinking about this the other day when you were showing all these things on APRS. I'm like, I have never sent a message on it, and I turn off the messaging on the FTM 400 because I don't want to see that crap popping up all the time because it's completely useless to me. I don't even half the stuff that comes in on those messages doesn't even make sense to me.
So oddly enough, that $100 Lenovo tablet that I did a video on has one of the best APRS interfaces that you can get, and it's APRS Droid, the Android software.
Right.
That messaging system is fantastic, and if your radio will interface with this, by the way, most of them will if you have the USB cable, the OTC or something like that, USB cable.
Mm-hmm.
If you have that, and you can plug into a radio or some kind of device to do it, this is the way to go. Like no question.
Yeah.
It is a fantastic interface for messaging.
Yeah, I just don't like those keyboards that are built into Android
it sucks. But I mean, you could do Bluetooth at that point. Like you could literally.
Right. I get that.
Actually, you could do all of this with the shitty. Now I'm on YouTube right now. On my channel, I'm doing it. You can use the $60 laptop to do a lot of this stuff.
Well, again, and I wish I could show you it, but I've got this little bitty tiny keyboard, right?
Yeah.
That you can do with 2 fingers. It's a QWERTY keyboard with a trackpad on it. If they would allow something like this to connect to an FTM 400, then yeah, messaging platform, great. But they don't, and it's
Don,
like, well, why?
So
anyway,
so I am 100% in agreement with you. If the FTM 400 has been your interface for texting people, that thing sucks. So I get messages from people that message me, and they're like, "Hey, do you see this?" And I want to reply to them. How do you reply with the FTM 400? You literally have to click on their message. You bring it up, and then you click edit. You have to click edit message, and it brings their message up, and then it gives the cursor on the leftmost side, and you start typing, but it leaves the whole remainder of their message on there. But I'm trying to reply. It's a nightmare, a total nightmare.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
The other one I have is a FT3DR. But the reason I have those 2 radios is because it has the best beaconing, other than the Kenwoods, which unfortunately you can't just go walk in and buy anymore. But the Yaesu radios have the best implementation of APRS. And one of the things it just so irritates me when Ray comes on and says, "No, we're not changing that. We're not going to implement APRS. We have DPRS. That's fine for you." It's like, why?
So Don,
I'm not buying a radio with DPRS.
Don, here is still your best iteration of APRS. There it is.
Yeah.
Literally,
the Kenwood.
Yeah, it is still the best.
Those guys they have to start making radios.
I heard they are. I've heard rumors. I've heard them.
I heard too.
So the
I
message,
hope it's a handheld.
I've heard that as well. I've heard lots of things.
Cool.
Replying to messages with the Kenwoods is easier than with the Yaesus. And yes, you're right. Both the Japanese and so the Japanese are better, but the Chinese are way worse with their APRS radios. They're horrible.
Think of all the cool things that the 705 will do, and yet we can't hook a keyboard to it for APRS messaging.
If I could figure out how to and I know Ray, like he and I talk. We've talked about APRS, and he's like, yeah, we're just not really going down that road. And I'm like, man,
why?
You know me, Ray. I'm really serious about APRS. I think it's an untapped thing in ham radio, and we really need to get in on it. And yeah, it's really tough to move the needle on it for a lot of people.
Well, by the way, there's every Saturday, I think it is, there's an APRS net where people send messages to. It's
I love
like a
it.
net where you check in,
Yeah, it's
and
like
it's
the
an
WinLink
APRS net.
Wednesdays. It's like WinLink Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah. And they run it off of YouTube, and then he'll do like we do in HFnet. At the end of the Saturday, they'll produce a list of all the people that checked in over APRS.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Josh, just break some.
Yeah, no, I dropped a light. It also died. This light also died. It is completely dead. I don't have a complete power setup for all this. By the way, this live stream format that you're looking at right now is vastly different than what I normally do. Normally, I am. Oh, you can't see it because it's over there. But all this computer and there's a green screen normally that's in front of this whole thing. This table is normally what you're looking at right now is like when I normally make a YouTube short video. I don't live stream this way normally. So this is vastly different from what I normally do. But I had to test this out because I think this will have to be vital for my Halloween video this year. My Halloween video is one of the things it's always my least most popular live stream. Nobody watches my Halloween live stream.
We love your Halloween live
But I spend the most amount of time on those damn things. I spend the most amount of time on those.
That's why we love them.
But there's so few people that watch them. Nobody watches them.
I'm going to watch it.
Hey, I got a question about
and the Christmas light one too.
Oh yeah, well, everybody watches the Christmas lights because I blow up Christmas lights. That's why people watch it. What's that? Go ahead. Woo! What just happened? You guys talking? Go ahead.
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my primary HF antenna is a 80-meter loop, and I found out today I can listen very, very well on 2 meters with that, but I don't. It's just off a resonance. I can't really transmit using that. I don't have a VHF tuner, but I have a separate whip antenna and a 50-watt mobile antenna or mobile radio, so I can call out to SOTA activations using that. So my question is, having the proximity of the two antennas close together, are there any precautions to look out for? Make sure I'm not damaging something on the 80-meter loop side by using 50 watts that close to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, real quick before you answer that, Josh, you got a gift sub on your Twitch.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I was jumping around messing with lights and stuff. Oh yeah, tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Where'd you go? Ion. Jeez.
Lone Star Actual.
Lone Star Actual. There it is. Lone Star Actual. The L was lowercase L. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, brother.
All right. So, by the way, the person that was talking, you have really good audio. That was really good audio for Discord. So you have a 80-meter antenna, and you're worried about it interfering with which antenna?
So it's a homebrew 80-meter antenna that today I used it with a 705. And then I've got a BTEC mobile radio set up on just a 2-meter, 70-centimeter whip. So I was listening to a SOTA activation. I could hear them through the 80-meter loop on the 705, but I couldn't reach them. One, because I didn't have the wattage, and two, it's not quite resonant enough that I'm comfortable transmitting on 2 meters through the 80-meter loop, but I hear great. So I could hook up, I've got a BTEC 50-watt mobile, and I could transmit on that, and they could hear me. My concern is transmitting 50 watts that close to another radio that's actively listening. Is that going to cause any issues with the receiver on the 705? And then the more I thought about it, the same issue could potentially happen in a mobile situation if you had dual antennas on your car, having two radios operating at the same time, so that one would be receiving what the other is transmitting. So is there a safe distance between the two, or?
Yeah, the safe distance is no interference between the two radios. That's the safe distance. Right, so that doesn't exist,
Yeah.
and the fact that they exist in the same space is going to cause long-term damage eventually. Yeah, that's true. And
Yeah.
I have friends that work at the HRO, and we've talked about this exact situation where you have multiple antennas with multiple VHF UHF radios, some radios transmitting at the same time on the same band but not the same frequency. Yeah, they can absolutely eventually cause long-term damage. When? No
And
idea. How would I quantify that? Really difficult, right?
yeah, the other thing I was told, and that's because like right now I've got my Sun SDR up, and then on the other antenna, I have my Hermes light running. And I've been told that even if I turn off the Hermes light or turn off the 705, or sorry, not the 705, but the 101D, or turn off the S-bit X, that when I transmit, out of the Sun SDR through the DX commander, the in-fed half-wave is still going to pick it up and still going to pump it into that radio, even though it's off. And it's like, so they're saying, no, you have to disconnect. And in fact, if you're not going to disconnect, then you have to have a really well-grounded deal where you can switch that to a grounded deal. And that's like, I hadn't even thought about that.
I did give you the answer for that the other day.
So I can see how I guess in the mobile operation it'd be slightly safer because they're using the same ground between the two.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not. It's the fact that one off, there'll be power coming down that line from the other transmitter, and it still goes into the receiver, even though the receiver's off. The circuitry that's doing the receiver, there'll be a voltage coming into that circuit, even if it's off.
I gave you the answer to that the other day, John.
Yeah, Mike, you keep saying you're going to answer it, and then your audio just goes.
No, I said I already gave you the answer.
Sorry, I lost you again.
I guess I'll start looking for a switch or something so I can turn it off. But thanks for that.
Well, the other
reality is
the other
it
thing
doesn't
you
matter
can do
that
is
much.
disconnect it.
Well, so I guess that's so if we're talking about mobile radios, like, are you really going to be switching between antennas on a mobile radio? Probably not. And most of the time, it doesn't really matter. Like, so I don't know. Most of the time, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I really don't. The radio is going to hear it. They're going to see the other transmitter that's in your car or at your home shack or whatever. But whoa.
Well,
who is that?
See,
I could give you the answer, but it's we're still connected to Australia.
Oh, all right. I don't know. I'm not that worried about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the thing is, Josh, I just thought about this. I mean, in my mobile situation, I have both a KG 1000G, which is a GMRS radio at 50 watts, and then I also have the FTM 400 at 50 watts. Those are two separate antennas, and I leave both those radios on all the time because I'm listening to them both. So, oops.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I won't worry about it as much anymore.
I mean, yeah, eventually it could damage your radio, but I mean, it's a tool. It's a tool, right? So if you want to hear all the things and transmit all the things at the same time, then you potentially will find yourself in a situation where they could damage the other thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. But that's kind of why we're using them, right? Is that we want to be able to have that capability. Most of the time, I assume that it's not going to actually damage your radio. But if you did it all the time, consistently, every day, without learning the lesson, then yeah, eventually it'll break. There you go. So all I'm saying is that it's going to give you many outs. It's going to give you many ways of correcting what you're doing before it fails on you. And then when it fails on you, no one is to blame but yourself, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So there you go. Hopefully. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sounds good. Got it. Thanks, man.
All right. Good audio,
Yeah.
by the way. I don't know what mic are you using? What are you using for mic there?
I have it. It came in an Amazon Prime box. I'll have to get back to you in a minute.
It sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty good. All right, we're close to 11 o'clock here, so I'm gonna wrap up and maybe eat some food and hang out with the family a bit before tomorrow. And so that's where I'm gonna leave things. I appreciate y'all, but I gotta head out.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, 73, Josh. It was a great show tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. Go ahead and comment your thoughts on the video if you weren't here on the live stream or you're watching it after the fact. Post your comments. Let me know what your thoughts are, and help build upon this whole thing and make the information we can get out there better. Appreciate you watching. And listening. And until I talk to you again, 73s. All right, take it easy.
73.
It's a HyperX.
Take it easy on the Discord. I'll see you guys later.
All right.